Go ahead and call this special meeting of the Board of Commissioners / work session into order. We are live streaming this just as a reminder to the BOC, so that anybody interested in wastewater can listen in tonight. So where are we starting this evening? Who gets the ball?
Sure, I'll take it. So we're going to talk about wastewater this evening, and you all had asked that we bring this forward to help kind of refine your understanding of what systems are in place in the county and what kind of systems we want in place in the county. We have Ralph Hollowell and Kevin Carver from Albemarle Regional Health Services here with us today. And then I think our planning staff will help chime in as well. So at your seat, you've got section 6.2.3 E, utility standards of the UDO. This is just the excerpt of the UDO that speaks to sewage disposal. And then there's also a text amendment that was adopted in 2013. And this is the text amendment that revised the current language that you see in the UDO today. This was adopted to allow for a decentralized system at University Park, the Alon Vacations property down at the southern end of the county.
I think that's yours.
So I'll pull
Of course, you know what, I saw it on here, so it didn't include it.
It did click.
I've got it pulled up here too. I did want to highlight, so these are the definitions that come directly out of the Unified Development Ordinance about centralized wastewater versus decentralized wastewater. So I'll let you read through those definitions, and I'll leave them up just for reference as you all move through the conversation. But I think, our understanding, or at least my understanding maybe, is that you are considering limitations on private centralized systems. And so I think, from a legal perspective, I'm not sure that we can say, and I'll defer to Megan on that ultimately, but I'm not sure that we can say, no, you cannot have private central wastewater systems in the county. But I think from a planning, from a zoning perspective, that is how you can control that type of development. And I know there's a text amendment that should be coming before you the next meeting that speaks to densities and densities with or without central sewer. And land use plan amendment. So that's also coming. So a few different things to think about here. But if you have questions about decentralized systems or septic systems that are regulated by Albemarle Regional Health Services, Ralph and Kevin are here to speak to that. And just generally what you're looking for.
I don't know. You brought up a good point. I think we had thought, or we had discussed several years ago now, probably not allowing a private system, basically based on the experiences we've had with private systems and how they're being operated. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And so I guess that's what kind of spawned this, was like spring out of something else. So.
Well, I think it was twofold. One, that was an aspect, but I also was asking for an update on the Moyoc wastewater plant. I know we were waiting on chemicals. Where are we in that process?
All right. All right. So we've been operational since the end of August. The first monthly sampling was close to compliance and much improved over the previous plant. The bacteria are having time now to kind of adjust and become beneficial, so to speak, and establish themselves. The second monthly sampling, which we don't have back yet, we're really hopeful that it will be fully compliant.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And the capacity of that system is 100,000?
Correct.
And because I've been pressed on the availability, we have promised wastewater to commercial.
I don't know that we have, so, because we don't, they were trying to get over the hurdle of
No,
being
I
compliant
understand,
first,
but
right?
I'm-
And then it will be first come, first serve, but yeah, I think the
Got
focus,
it.
yes, is commercial.
What kind of capacity do we have?
We have remaining, I
Yeah.
want to say it's around 25,000 gallons.
Okay.
And
So-
it's when you,
Go ahead, Kev.
oh, sorry, when you said first come, first serve, I mean, don't we have like a list of a few that are on there, kind of?
We do, I mean, we certainly have folks that we've been talking to for an extended period of time, but it'll, you have to have your development moving through the
Or if it was a
process.
commercial, if
Right,
it's
yeah.
a site for whatever. Yeah.
Right.
I guess, years ago when the failed plant, it seems like that was set up really for commercial. Like that was the idea, was to develop that for commercial. So are we allowed to say that the remaining capacity is going to be reserved for commercial solely from a legal standpoint? Is that something we can legally do? I mean, we've got, plenty of development coming in and coming through. We don't,
Yeah, I don't,
having them take up that capacity when a business would be good.
I think it goes along with what Rebecca was saying. It would be pretty much first come, first serve. So whoever gets their application in, I don't think we can really pick and choose what types can hook up to that. I think really the only tools that we have in this regard is like zoning and things like that. But I don't think we can just pick and choose and deny somebody because they're not commercial.
I think, can we check on that? Because it was going to be just commercial, and somebody flipped a switch and reversed it. And unfortunately, our archival records keeper is in here. But I'm pretty sure they flipped the switch on and it went, instead of commercial, it went like residential. So,
I'll look into that.
because that's not the original, that wasn't the original intent.
Right.
Right, no, certainly the original intent was for commercial.
Commercial,
yeah.
I think that
And
the
that-
residential users that were added was for
Well, I
Lakeview
think we figured out
subdivision.
we needed residential, we needed more flow, we needed to increase the flow to get the,
to
Everything
prove that the
happy.
system was a bad design. So,
I'm confident that the allocation will go to predominantly commercial. I mean, that's been the,
if we can, I think that's, I mean, we may have a firm commitment, I want to say, to the subdivision behind Food Lion. We may owe them,
yeah, we did,
55, that was
yeah.
right?
yeah, they were one of the ones
Yes.
originally.
yeah,
And so was,
Correct?
yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
Roger.
that was like in 2013 as well.
Yeah, Dan was still,
Yeah.
because it got approved when I was,
Right.
yeah, Mayock Commons, yeah.
And then with the funds from the state, where are we on? The first question is, what are we going to do next, right? Because we've got these plants up and running. Are we, because the original intent was 300,000 gallons. So are we looking to add 200,000, add 300,000, and then maybe move these somewhere else?
So we're still looking at 300,000.
Okay.
Let's see here. Okay, so we have the design build contract with TA Loving and Kimley Horn. We don't have, I should take that back. We are still working through that contract. We don't have a contract with them yet.
Okay.
So we're still working through that.
Good.
Right now, we're still based on 300,000 to 400,000 gallons per day.
Right. Okay.
And will the system that's there currently be incorporated into that? Is that thought, because the original thought?
That's the thought process right now.
Right, okay.
So, okay.
Oh, and then speaking to the directed funds, so we had to, after the, let's jump out of my head, after the General Assembly changed the use of the funds to $16 million for water or sewer, we had to amend our directed funds application. So that was submitted, and we're still waiting to get that back from the state.
Okay. The, one of the reasons I'm glad, Albemarle Health is here is following our last rainstorm. I don't know who saw on Facebook the peat pods floating in their holes. So I'd ask that,
Is this for like a secondary,
no, this is so the way they get away with significant drain fields in the Outer Banks are peat systems.
oh yeah, I had one at my house on Richmond.
Well, these were bobbing in the hole. So, not good, right?
good,
When they
right.
overflow,
Generally,
that's why you don't want the kids swimming in the
Right.
street. Ralph, if you or your designated other, what I'm looking for is.
Come on up.
Yeah, come on up. You don't even have to,
Yeah, no,
you have to state his name and address?
No, we're just,
No.
Checking.
yes, for the record, you are.
So a couple of things, if you could go through, there's an inspection system that Albemarle Health has that certain septic systems are supposed to be inspected on an annual basis. I am not sure how that applies to who and who's under that program. But if you could kind of give us an oversight on that. And then as far as, like the peat systems, for example, what do we do when they're bobbing?
Are you referring to, I guess, the management of those or others too? Well, the peat systems, I think the one, what you're referring to at the beach that they floated up were easy treat systems, which is a different technology than the peat systems. So,
I'm just talking about the ones that were floating in the holes,
yeah, and
whatever
that's-
those are.
that's it's a pre-treatment, but they were easy treat is what they're called. So they're filled actually with these bags full of like styrofoam beads in them. So there's really no wastewater that collects in there and stays in there.
Okay.
The tanks actually did.
That's why they're so light.
There are pods, but they're actually working to get those actually sunk back down and re-leveled.
So they're still out of the ground or floating,
They are out
kind
of
of?
kilter a little bit.
Some
They're
of them have
working
been
on it. They
have been
yeah.
redone, because we actually went down there because I got the photos myself.
Yeah.
So
How many
all the
systems?
all the pre-treatment systems that go in, they do have to join our inspection program. And we do go down and inspect them, and they have been inspected, just so everybody knows. And they are managed and monitored. Now, they have an operator that operates the system. They have to contract them, but we are like the middle man. And I learned this year that we need to be the middle man to make sure that they are monitored like they should be. I mean, when you go up to a control panel and it's growed up with vines, that signifies nobody's been there in a while. So
Right.
that's where we come into play and say, wait a minute, this needs to be done properly. Now, our other alternative systems, like the sand line trench systems and all, they are also inspected. A lot of those on the mainland that we look at. I think we have, it's like 800 large system, or what we call large systems, the pre-treatment. I believe somewhere in
It's close,
the
yeah.
area of 800 that we look at. Over in Corolla, Corova,
Yeah.
and then over here we
Yeah,
have
there's some on the
some,
mainland, yeah.
and then the regular ones are like your standard gravity-fed systems that we oversee.
Would you guys, based on what you've seen obviously if you got styrofoam in there and you got a tank, it's gonna float, right? Would you suggest making changes based regionally on where we're at? I mean, that's gonna be a problem. We just haven't had any rain and a significant rain event like that in a while, but as these become more prevalent, probably, I'm guessing we'll see them more frequently, especially with some of these bigger homes that,
Those pods were actually, I guess, approved at the state level. So other than having maybe a policy of ballast type,
Right.
anchoring type systems, they're supposed to have flanges on them that would prevent such an event like that. I guess we'd have to talk with.
We don't, I'll be honest, when it comes to the number of types of systems, there are numerous types of new pre-treatment
right?
types. And just give you an example, I mean, I just learned this week or last week, I was at a meeting. There is now a system that they're looking at that can be designed by an engineer that can go underneath the driveway. Say in Corova, you can actually have the system under the driveway and it has vent pipes that come out the side, and it has to be an engineered design system, but I'm just, just to give you, and actually I've already installed one in Dare County, and I think they're looking to do another one. So they're
That's my buddy just had to tear one up. He's a septic guy up in Virginia, and he was calling me to tell me, you won't believe what these idiots did. And he was dealing with that exact thing. So he had to tear out somebody's very nice stampcrete driveway
Oh
to.
my God.
So there's numerous types of systems, and not only that, but in our district, we've always tried to work with the counties and the commissioners and individuals on working with the properties to try to put in a system that we feel like that's going to work if it's designed properly, sited properly, installed properly, maintained and managed properly, does not affect the public health, does not affect the environment, then it becomes what we look at as a investment for the county tax base and investment for the homeowner. And that's what we try to do. Now, the thing of it is that I think you all need to understand too, is there are other individuals out there that can bypass us, engineered operations permits, the AOWE, authorized on-site wastewater evaluators, that can actually, soil scientists, they can start doing these systems. But we have always had a good working relationship. Kevin's over here 99.9% of the time with everyone and our contractors. And that's something that truthfully mind boggles the state, because they're like, man, y'all actually have a working relationship with you guys. And that's what we try to do, because they don't want problems and we don't want problems. So we try to work together to prevent problems. But no matter what you do, you're going to have problems, no matter what we come up with. But I don't think there's no way you can stop pre-treatment or stop certain types of systems to be installed. I think if they're in the rules, we can't.
Yeah, I
We'll be
don't
sued.
see that that's a problem necessarily, just that there needs to be an augmentation if, given the environment we're in, that you guys have to anchor it down or ballast it. Like you said, if you got to throw some concrete blocks in the bottom of it to keep from popping out,
There are rules for tanks. There's plastic tanks that you can put in the ground versus concrete, and you have to put ballast.
Right.
Some people do parking curbing and stuff with non-stretchable straps and stuff like that.
Right,
But,
right.
Nothing really for concrete tanks.
Well, yeah, they're generally going to stay put, right? Unless
Yeah.
it's empty and you just stuck it in the ground and had a big rainstorm, and it might pop out. But I mean, I had an alternative system, the peat system. It had peat and gravel. It wasn't going anywhere at my other home. So
They only get fun if they're underwater,
right, right.
which on Lighthouse is not actually in Corolla. That's not uncommon. So the wastewater system is actually underwater.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
So you heard kind of what we're thinking, or we're talking about centralized private versus, what are your feelings as far as centralized private versus, the other options or things that we're looking at? I mean, what would you all prefer?
I know a lot of this is probably stemmed from the Eagle Creek episode of everything that's going on there. And that's one thing that was a nightmare. A lot of issues. And one thing I had mentioned, and I'm probably gonna get scolded for saying this, scolded, whatever you call it, might get scalded.
Maybe both.
But one of my things with the Eagle Creek is everybody was pointing fingers at the operator that was operating the system, and hey, they were the ones that were doing it. But how many pointed the fingers at DEQ? Because they approved it 20-some years ago, and they're supposed to be monitoring that thing continuously.
Right.
So how many times do they actually physically come down and monitor that system to make sure the operators are doing what they were supposed to be?
They were here a bunch when it failed.
Well,
Exactly.
so I guess, I had come before the commissioners, your board, several years back, and requested that if you all decide to go further with pretreatment systems, that we would be involved to a point as a middleman, just to be able to visit the site periodically and walk through them and make sure that everybody's being straight with what's going on.
Can you give us an example of a pretreatment system? Like a privately owned,
As far as like a residential or commercial?
Are you talking about like a residential?
well, we don't have a whole lot of
Is
commercial. so it's
is
just that.
Backwood Reserves a pre-treatment system off of South Mills?
No, they're individual septic systems. They have like a community well, water.
Yeah, okay, I knew they had something.
Yeah, that's completely different. I mean, something like a pretreatment would be some of your larger homes in Wellhead, or, you know, maybe they want to add a couple extra bedrooms, be able to get a pool and stuff like that, so you're allowed a reduced footprint with your septic system. So the state allows you up to several reductions now, but one is a square footage reduction. So basically, you're treating water to like super clean standards. I'm not saying super clean, but ditch water clean anyway. And,
Right.
So basically, what you're getting rid of is basically water.
Mm-hmm.
And so they allow, you know, to get that. They reward you basically for spending a little bit extra money. But with that comes, like he was saying, maintenance and things like that. You know, monitoring, sampling is done. Some of those systems are sampled a couple times a year. Some of your commercial properties and stuff have some pretreatment on it to get that, you know, say restaurants would have extra seats allowed because you get a square footage reduction on your drain field and things like that, so.
Well, just like on the Eagle Creek plan, I know and I mean, I don't work for the state, so I really don't care if they watch us and hear it, but I mean, just like the clearing of all that property that Tim Posh did back there on the back, and I don't know if anybody, like on the 9th hole at the golf course, Kevin, I know you've played there before, they cleared what, 15 acres?
It was quite.
And it was like, you never know, and I mean, like, you know, as far as all the work that was done there, and DEQ said that was supposed to be cleared, well, those trees were 20-year-old trees, so I don't think anybody's been there in a while. And it, just an example, but like you said, it's, I mean, they're in, where you said with the weeds, when it's growing up or whatever, there's people out there working I mean, they're, you know, with the different, what do they call where they have the pits in their yard, there's somebody out there every day. So, I mean, I think the maintenance is being done on it now and it has gotten it back into shape.
Oh, yeah, I think so as well.
I mean, treatment systems like Kilmarlock, I say the smaller houses up front, I don't even know what it's called.
Cottages.
Yeah,
Little cottages, yeah.
So that is an engineered type system, as basically all those homes it's an LCT system. There's no treatment ahead of it, but it's a dispersal method that does save you some space. I mean, things like that. So it did allow them, by having that engineer, it's an old engineered style, but I mean, it did allow them to utilize that property, whereas if they had to go a conventional system, it wouldn't work. They just wouldn't.
No, but I think too, the difference in the soils too, compared to Mayock, that soil down there is, you can put a shovel in that and just some of the soil in Mayock, you can put a shovel in concrete easier.
Yeah, and that's where it comes in with us working with the developers and everyone based on the soil conditions, because every site is different. And that's something sometimes that I guess concerns me. Maybe I'm just partial to it, but you know, when you get EOPs and you have private sector come in, and we really don't have any say so, it makes it kind of.
Yeah, we don't have any jurisdiction of those at all.
So I mean, hey, they design it, we have no say so. Nobody does, basically.
So what kind of resource can you be to us for systems or developments or subdivisions or something like that? I mean, I know they're getting it engineered and DOT or DEQ is stamping that or approving that. But are there things that you could help us with from, hey, no one's thinking of this, or, and I kind of toss that out, Bill, to you as well.
I'm trying to tell you right now with the general statutes, where you move from 338 to 335, I believe, is, you know, when you go get something in your backyard, now you can bypass them. I think you got 10 days to answer, yay or nay to it, and if they don't answer them, it's go. So
We've had,
they've opened up the gates and bypassed because delays with, I guess, other health departments and throughout the state taking to get permits and things like that. They've opened it up now. If you got an engineer or soil scientist, depending on the type of system that you bypass the health department now, you just got to give them. There's an Appendix H out there now for homeowners. So if you want to put a deck in your backyard, you can sign this waiver saying that you're taking a risk of putting something maybe on top of the septic system or not. And we're trying to figure out a way to, when we get those, to turn them over to them so they have a record that the owner signed off on this saying they're putting them where they're putting them.
In case something happened to it.
it's getting more and more, it's going more to the private sector. 30 years ago, I was told that would never happen. They will never go private. It's going that way more and more every year. It's going more and more private. But again, as I said in the beginning, we have always had a good working relationship with all our region, really our entire region. And I think in Currituck County, we've only had, 3 EOPs, and that was for Dollar Generals, because they always do that everywhere. But so far as everybody else, it's like,
You can come on in.
we rather go through you guys. Even if it takes a little bit longer, we rather deal with you all.
I will say this, and I know I've known Kevin personally forever too, but like whenever somebody's had a problem or whatever, like, I mean, I roll through him and I mean, like he helps, he gets it done. I mean, he's like 7-Eleven. I mean, the guy's 24/7. He's always working. So,
Oh, my gosh.
but no, I mean, we're lucky. I mean,
Don't
like you
give him
said,
any breaks next round of golf.
no, it ain't that. No, I mean, you're a good, reliable source for when people have issues. And I'm not saying a builder or somebody. I'm saying homeowners. I know he's fixed and helped, and like I said, I mean,
That is, I agree with you 100% on that. And then you walk out, your head would be so small.
Yeah.
But one thing I will say too is, so far as the working with people, that's something that, again, the state is always shocked at, because there's a lot of times you can solve problems and not tick everybody off, get it resolved, save it from going to lawyers, the county being sued. And that's where, I think when it gets to Raleigh, that's where it stops. It doesn't happen that way. They think, I mean, they're always, I don't know how many lawsuits the state has right now. It's a ton of them. People suing them over the septics. Well, how many, in my 30 years, I can count on my hands how many we've had, and that's none. 0. Because we've always had, Kevin and myself has always taken the mentality, let's try to figure this out ourselves. Let's leave the state out of it. Because if you get them involved, I can 100% guarantee it's going to get screwed up.
You sound pretty confident about
I
that.
probably won't have no license after I leave
Right.
tonight, because it's being televised. So
That's your
No,
phone
hey.
going off.
Nobody's watching it. You're good.
They'd have to watch the video on YouTube. So
Yeah.
if they are, ask them when they did it and why they were watching videos on their dime, on state's dime.
Am I not right in what I'm saying?
We just had a meeting with our regional 2 weeks ago, last week, and he was talking about problems in the state, and
Oh,
try to solve our own problems.
yeah. I mean, they got tons of lawsuits. I mean, it's amazing.
I'm talking about buying houses,
Yeah.
buying lots, basically where the AG's office is having it, and now that's being,
Give you an
Change.
example. I had one, I don't know how many years it's been about, the state was gonna have to spend with the county $450,000. They asked me if I would just go look at this. I solved it in 20 minutes. Still working. They never had to buy nothing back. But they couldn't figure it out because they were trying to make it too complicated. I mean, it's just that kind of mentality, and you've got to work with people. And you can do it and not pollute the environment and, public health, protect public health.
Could I ask you to talk about the different options for like larger systems that are going to be treating more than one property, the different types of permitting options, because there's a permit option through DEQ, right? Then there's this engineered option, and then I suppose you can also permit a system through the health department. Can you just kind of overview what those processes look like?
Yeah, DEQ, when that goes DEQ, we like, okay, it's your baby right up. I mean, that's what we
Yeah,
look.
those are typically big,
Yeah.
big systems.
Like, how many gallons per day?
Well, I mean, we can permit, well, like the schools, I mean, you know, like 10,000 gallons, but I'm
Yeah.
saying a lot of times when it goes to DEQ, you're looking at some kind of treatment type plant.
Yeah, major treatment
Like
plant.
I guess a collection type system
Yeah.
that sends it to a plant, things like
Some
that.
type of big package treatment plant.
Yeah.
And that would be considered a centralized system?
I don't wanna say, I mean, I could read the definition.
I suppose it could be a decentralized system.
Yeah,
Yeah, it could
I would
be,
think it
yeah.
would be something like that, for
Okay.
sure.
And then as far as the engineering operating permit, I mean, that can be for single dwelling right on.
Yeah, it can be for a two-bedroom,
Yeah.
or one-bedroom house.
Yeah.
As an engineered option permit, or a soil scientist that's authorized to do that himself. He can permit anything from a one-bedroom all the way up. Now, soil scientist has to be in conjunction with an engineer if it does involve any kind of engineering. In other words, any kind of treatment or major pumping or things like that. So it has to go to an engineered option permit versus the OWE. Such as some of them in Wellhead, 10, 12-bedroom houses that have pretreatment, that has to be done under an engineered option permit.
And that's still delivered to your office? That's
We are
not,
a record holder, but we have no
We don't have
legal
no-
authority.
right, and no one reviews that, is that
We just
All
file
right,
it.
yeah. We just review it for completeness.
for completeness,
I think
correct?
there's I
Right.
think we have to sign that we received it.
Yeah, they have
That's
to
about
send
it.
us a so-called a notice of intent.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have to, and then they can move forward, and then they have to notice, give us a notice that of completion. And then all we are is kind of a record holder for that.
And we are both soil scientists for the region, so that helps us
Yeah.
make some decisions as well.
Typically, anything that's permitted, I say if it has to go to the state over 3,000 gallons a day, anything that's permitted from our office or in the Raleigh office goes to a drain field typically. You know, I think maybe, you know, like Eagle Creek is, I don't even know where that's discharged at. I don't know if it's spray irrigation, it's spray
Yeah,
irrigation.
it's the Gulf, yeah.
So things like that. So, I mean, there's a whole different level of treatment and things like that, disposal pretty much, so. But, yeah.
From a consumer standpoint, what would be the benefit of going with the engineered system where you all are the record holder? And that's about it.
You're talking about an engineered system on a lot? Space, value, a lot of waterfront lot. You know, you have limitations, wetlands, CAMA,
Okay.
like I said, you know, any kind of surface water. In other words, something where basically setbacks from water or whatever, the value of the property would justify an expensive type system, typically. So, yeah.
Do you, also possibly when you gotta get creative with drain fields? Is that also a possibility? Creative with drain fields, like, you know, different spacing, different lengths, different,
You can, but yeah, those are pretty low. I don't even know the correct term, low tech maybe, you know, they're pretty easy. Pressure manifold is
that's why they
pretty-
work.
Yeah, that's a pretty
Less
simple
moving
technology,
parts.
but yeah, different length lines, things like that, absolutely, yeah, you can do that.
And like, you know, I did mention I put that on your radar so y'all would be aware of back under the driveway systems, because
That's a great idea.
that is something that's going to be, you know, the porous driveways or rock driveways, they're actually, just so y'all, yeah.
I think under the pool would be a great idea too.
Putting it in a pool.
Underneath the pool.
It's probably coming next.
Yeah, I want a bigger pool, so that might be happening.
There you go.
Or I don't want, my wife does, but
I
so it
mean,
might
these
be happening.
pre-treatment systems are pretty much I say centralized, they got UV bulbs on them, some of them that could be, I mean, so, you know, they've got disinfectants on them and everything, so I mean, it's basically a mini treatment plant just for a residential home.
As long as they're monitored and maintained, that's one of the key things. Have to be.
And I think that's where all the problems came from Eagle Creek, because it wasn't monitored and maintained. I mean,
100%
Right.
guaranteed.
It definitely wasn't maintained. It definitely
Not at all.
wasn't monitored.
Yeah. A lot of the pre-treatment systems have to be sampled at least once a year. And they have to send us the reports and stuff like that. That's why we're he said the middleman. Gotta make sure they have an operator, gotta make sure they're turning in their reports. we gotta look at the sample results, things like that. So if there is something out of kilter, then we typically get up with the operator, who then gets up with the.
So is the homeowner paying the operator to run their system?
Yes.
So if they don't run their system and the system fails, then the homeowner goes hunting the operator.
Yeah, they're basically in non-compliance.
Got
So
it.
they are, they're not in violation, but they're in non-compliance.
Okay.
I don't know the legal difference to me, but you can go after them and you can put them on notice that they have to hire an operator. So
Sweet.
Okay.
Good.
Anything further? All right. Gentlemen, thank you very much for coming out this evening and
Thank you.
cloudy water further for us. I appreciate it.
If you have any questions, feel free to give us
Appreciate
a call.
All right. Thank you.
Your office.
Becca, did you have anything further? Or
Do you all have anything further? I mean, I will say
big thing
as
for
an,
us was
yeah.
understanding
Okay.
private systems that,
Okay.
and more like Eagle Creek type systems and whether or not we can, sounds like we can't really say you can't use that to a developer.
right, but I think you can, through essentially through zoning, you can control where and
What goes in the
when.
zone. Right. Okay. All right. Something to keep in mind for the future.
Sweet.
All right. Well, if there's nothing further, can I have a motion to adjourn, please?
So moved.
Second.
Did you get that, Leanne? Thank you. All in favor?
See you, Carver.
Aye.
Bye.
Any opposed? All right. Thank you. We'll be back in 15, 20 minutes. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Monday, October 21st, 2024 Board of Commissioners meeting. I will now call the meeting into order, and as always, our first item of business is the invocation and pledge of allegiance. This evening, we have Pastor Adam Taylor here of Powell's Point Baptist Church to lead us in invocation and pledge. Sir.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let's pray. Almighty God. Father, we ask that you heal us and heal this land. We thank you, God, for the great resources of this nation. They make us rich, though we often exploit them. Father, we ask for your forgiveness. We thank you, God, for the men and women who have made this country, this state, and this county strong. They are models for us, though we often fall short of their example and ideals. Father, we ask for you to inspire us to act in a way of service to and for the good of others. We thank you, God, for the torch of liberty which has been lit in this land. It has drawn people from every nation, though we have often hidden from its light. Lord, we ask you to enlighten us to the magnitude of our freedoms and blessings you have bestowed on this land and its people. We thank you, Lord, for the faith we have inherited in all the riches found in belief in Jesus Christ. It sustains our life, though we have been faithless again and again. Lord, will you please renew us in our faith and belief. Help us, O Lord, to finish the good work begun here. Strengthen our efforts to blot out ignorance and prejudice and to abolish poverty and crime. And hasten the day when all our people with many voices in one united chorus will glorify your name. Almighty God and our Heavenly Father, send down upon these who hold office as County Commissioner in Currituck County the spirit of wisdom, charity, and justice, that with steadfast purpose they may faithfully serve in their offices to promote the well-being of all people through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen.
Attention, salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, next item of business this evening is our ethics awareness and conflict of interest reminder. Have our county attorney back to read it.
Yes. And I just had it in front of me, and now, okay, here we go. Okay. Pursuant to GS 153A-44, a commissioner has a duty to vote on matters coming before the board, but may be excused from voting on issues involving the commissioner's own financial interest, official conduct, or on matters on which the commissioner is prohibited from voting under GS 14-234 or 160D-109. In accordance with Chapter 2, Division 3 of the Currituck County Code of Ordinances, it is the duty of every commissioner to avoid both conflicts of interest and appearances of conflict. Does any commissioner have any known conflict of interest or appearance of conflict with respect to any matters coming before the Board of Commissioners in this meeting? If so, please identify the conflict or appearance of conflict.
I disclosed this already previously on the Flora Farm thing, but I'll disclose it again because I'm an open book and I'll disclose everything. About probably 15, 16 months ago, I looked at my QuickBooks today and I did, I bush hogged a 20-acre property for the developer. In the teens, the 17 and 18, I used to do a lot of work for him, but I don't do any work now because of this position. My wife has a business that doesn't work for the developer, but she, I guess she works for the HOA. So, but far as she doesn't receive any money from him and I don't receive any money from him, so I just want to disclose those.
And we're talking about PB 2419?
Yeah, number 2.
Okay, oh yeah.
Okay. Anything else from the board? All right, thank you. All right, next up is the approval of the agenda. I don't think we have any changes this evening, so can I have a motion for approval, please?
Move to approve.
Thank you.
Second.
Second from Kevin. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you. Leanne, I did not get public comment sheets.
Sorry.
That's all right. Yeah, so just take just a moment here for Ms. Leanne to grab some stuff for us. Thank you so much. All right, we'll open public comment this time, and first up this evening is Mr. James Mims. I'll remind anybody coming up that doesn't normally speak that you do need to give us your name and address for the record. James is an old hand at this, so I know he knows that. Good evening, sir.
Yeah, good evening. 105 Chestnut, name is James Mims. I'd like to go over something mentioned by a member about me publicly that stated I'm just critical of this board without any answers. For a second time, I will offer some reasonable cuts that could have been made to the budget. Each of the COLA increases, this was not an ask for those employees to take pay cuts, but to recognize that not everyone deserves a pay increase. A merit-based promotion and retainment system is a solution. Why did we grow the government? You added a maintenance position, a part-time election specialist, an additional accounting clerk, addition of 1 Munis software specialist position, addition of 1 EMS logistics specialist. You said you're not having a problem retaining high-level employees, so why the reclassification of a DSS director from grade 95 to grade 98? At a request of this board, you want solution. Say no tonight. Stop allowing someone being paid to stand up here as an engineer and tell you, just like 2 weeks ago, what is in the public's interest, and that the apartments won't affect adjacent property values. He's an engineer, not an appraiser. This board continues to allow experts to testify without accountability, stating these developments will not affect property values. Someone is lying because our property taxes are quickly on the rise, along with our home values that continue to raise our taxes. I'm not trying to bash you. Truthfully, I've offered solution. I did a year ago when we presented the 1 acre lot size minimums. I did when each budget came up. I did when it was quasi-judicial, when you told me I'm no expert, and weeks later wanted to remove public comment from the evidentiary hearings, and I'm here tonight. Are you going to listen, or will this be the same dance, different day? Are you going to tell me what's best for me, to run for commissioner, or to just pay it forward? I'm just a resident that, like many of you, care about your community. I want to know, if this community so desperately needs rooftops, how did our businesses ever succeed in a once rural community? I'll tell you, at one time we didn't require multi-$1,000 sidewalks, burdensome restrictions, and a year-long endeavor to open a small business. You told us we had the rooftops after Fost and that commercial was coming. Now I'm here. Now here we are today, hold the developer accountable to his word. Finally, I don't want to toss my name in the hat because I trusted and told people that I believed we could do this through conversation with each of you, showing up in numbers, and being committed to fighting for what you believe. I still believe each of you are great people. Some we share genuine friendship, and one I've connected with on a personal level after a recent loss. We simply are stretched two different directions on how to fix things. Tonight, please listen, and not to the experts that put us in the position and now want to tell you how to get out of it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next up, I have Janet Rose.
Good evening. Janet Rose, 212 Pointers Road, Moyock. I just wanted to come and ask you to do all that you can to attract more commercial. You know, I've been talking to a lot of people in the last few months, and that's what I'm hearing over and over. We need more commercial. We need a diversified tax base. Our taxes are going up too much, so I hope that you'll do what you can to get more commercial. I know we don't have an economic director any longer, but our county still needs to do what we can to attract commercial. Our county is in a great location. We've got a lot going for us. Our schools are doing extremely well. I've talked to some of you and told you what the recent test data indicates, but in case you haven't heard, we are currently number 12 out of 115 school districts in North Carolina. So certainly commercial people, they're looking for a good education for their children, and we've got it here in Currituck. At the work session, I heard the presentation on the wastewater plan. I'm happy to hear that we've got that straightened out. Hopefully that will attract more commercial. I know we've got to have that going. I also heard that we may not be able to reserve it for commercial. I hope you'll look into that. And if at all possible, I'd like to see it reserved for commercial. Thank you.
Thank you, Janet.
Do you have a question for me?
No, I just said
Okay.
thank you. All right. I'm gonna get this one right. Is it Dana Parker? Dana Parker? Dana. Oh, there it is. Sorry.
Good evening. My name is Dana Parker. I reside at 106 Hammock View Court in Idlet. Tonight I'm here first as a tax-paying citizen and second as a member of the Board of Education. I would like to personally thank each of you for the service that you provide to this county. Regardless of the decisions that you make each evening, half of the citizens will agree and the other half are going to be angry. I know that you take your job as commissioners seriously, and I thank you. Tonight, I'm here to simply ask that we, the two elected boards, the Board of Education and the Board of Commissioners, begin to work together. Neither of us should be making decisions that impact the taxpayer without the complete, full story. We have to begin to communicate. The future of our county depends upon it. I know we need a grocery store. I know we need housing for our teachers, but I also know that none of our building capacity projections included this multi-unit plan. I'm not saying I have the perfect answer. I'm simply asking if the Board of Commissioners and the developer could take a simple pause that would allow the Board of Education and the Board of Commissioners to analyze the impact that this development could have on our schools. Again, I know we need commercial development to offset the tax burden our citizens are facing, and we need housing for our workforce. But we also need a clear understanding of how this growth will impact school building capacity. As a board member, I carefully examined each of the school zoning plans offered by North Carolina State in the ORED study for Tolles Creek Elementary. None of those attendance plans factored in this level of development and the switch from commercial to residential property. Under our current attendance zones, Scarborough Elementary is currently at this time over capacity, and Moyock, with the multi-million-dollar addition, has less than 26 seats available at this time. The opening of Tolles Creek Elementary will provide additional seats, but the anticipating opening in next October, we will only have 86 seats available at the 800-seat school. Again, this is why we need communication between both boards. You will be making decisions tonight without any of that information. If I asked members of the Board of Commissioners tonight about our current capacities or about our tremendous vacancy crisis, for example, at Moyock Elementary, we currently have a substitute teaching in kindergarten, first grade, second grade, 2 substitutes at third grade, a substitute at fourth grade, and a substitute at fifth grade. Non-certified teachers teaching our children, and we're about to approve more development. I am simply asking that we begin to do things differently. Please consider regular meetings between both boards. Again, thank you for your service and your commitment. My goal is simple, to simply make Currituck County the best it can be. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up, Connie Hedrick. Good evening.
I'm Connie Hedrick at 296 Summit Farms Trail, and I apologize for my casualness approaching the board, but I wanted us to take a minute. I'm here as a fellow North Carolinian, and I wanted us to remember our Western North Carolina folks and those that are in Georgia and Tennessee and Florida and in Topsail Beach and over here in Buxton. We've had unprecedented storms. You know, people flee to the mountains because it's 2,000 feet plus elevation, but they could not get away from the water. The water has a mind and a will and its personality of its own. Those small towns were small densities like ours, about the same amount, Huntersville, Burnsville, all of those, about the same, one way in, one way out, no topographical, but their density in many of those townships were similar to ours at Currituck. I'd like you to shut your eyes for a minute and really imagine the big one. We've had an opportunity to look at the devastation that will leave us. So I want us to think as we're proposing the future that we have no control over nature, and it will come here and visit. What will we do with displacement? What will we do with water that is unsanitary? What will we do without the ability? Look what happened to Ocracoke Island then when they cut a cable and had no electricity, no refrigerator. What is our plan? We have one way out of Duck. We have one way at Corolla. At Siesta Key in Florida, they said a 10 to 15 foot storm surge was catastrophic and unsustainable and unlivable. Look at our coastlines. Everybody is talking about how we're having water coming up. I know I'm on the thing. Water coming up and sea levels going down. What is our maximum sea level? What, 32 feet? How will our volunteers that went to Western North Carolina as a volunteer for body recovery, And we were shorthanded because we were helping our fellow North Carolinians. What are we going to do when our density is such that we cannot pull up water, pull up sanitation, open our schools, and find out how to retrieve power? I think we should take a strong suit at looking at these devastating storms around our country and coastal and know that that is beyond our control. Let's look at a 7-generational approach to look at the plan to have control over what we can have control. And if the word tells us, or the rule tells us, or the law tells us that this is not provisional, then what are we as North Carolinians doing to make sure that we are doing all that we can to protect life and sustain life? So I don't have much data for you, but if you want it, I can get it. I just want us as a body, as a community, to really think of what position we are in and where we're going. And look, what would a 12 to 15-foot storm surge do to all of Kerala? What would it do? How would we get people out? How could we can't even, in those situations when they ask to evacuate, they won't even take EMS or people in until it's safe for them to get in and get out. Please remember what is right in front of you. And if you haven't seen enough on Facebook or the World News or any of you, please call me and I will send you link after link after link after realtors that were still looking for body bags that are in 15 and 20-foot pieces of trees that are washed away. There are lots that people paid cash for that the river covers them now. There is no lot. There is no house. So I'm asking you to please pray over it. Use wisdom. If we need to change what the rules are, then let's put life beyond anything else. I appreciate your efforts. I appreciate your standing. I appreciate you being my neighbor. I appreciate what we have here. But if nothing has told me this month, is that life can happen in just a blink of an eye. So please be wary of what we're doing when we do it. And all things will be provided, all in due time. So I thank you for your time and your patience since I ran over. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, I didn't have anyone else signed up this evening. Is there anyone else that would like to speak that did not sign up? Yes, sir, in the back. Hang on, I got one coming around for you, man. Good evening.
Good evening. My name's Todd Mitchell, 108 Chapman Lane, and I have a rental house at 108 Sailfish Street. I've talked up here before. I've been in front of you guys before, and I'm not going to talk about development. I'm not going to talk about developer because it doesn't matter. There's so much land that's already been approved for development. You could stop it for the next 5 years, and people could still keep building. It wouldn't stop. But what I will talk to it on what I feel I have knowledge about is I was a former educator. I taught for 10 and a half years in Virginia. I am currently a 16-year veteran of the Virginia Beach Fire Department, and I'm also a member of FEMA Task Force 2. So I just came back from Mitchell County, North Carolina, where this lady was speaking about the devastation. I'm not going to talk to you about it because anything you see on TV is not going to tell you what was really out there, right? But what I'm going to talk to you about is public safety. And I want to talk to you about the public safety that we have here, meaning the fire service and EMS. So let's talk about it. Do any of you know how many ambulances we have on the landlocked side of Currituck County? Do any of you? We have 5 for the entire landlocked county with an hour to 2-hour transport time. And one of those 5 ambulances at Waterley is usually out of service due to manpower. This morning, Currituck County had 1 available ambulance for 2 hours. 2. And let's talk about the fire department. How many stations go to a first due fire? Do any of you know that? 3,
Some-
if they're manned.
Sometimes more. I mean, when you have mutual aid.
I'll get to that in a second, right? Because you got mutual aid from Chesapeake, which is 28 minutes away. 28 minutes on a fire, that's a long time waiting for help to get there, right? Coming down South Battlefield, it's there. We can talk about the ones further south that'll come up. We can bring in Grandy. It's not stationed. The people have to get to the station, to get to the truck, to get to the fire. But let's talk about Moyock, where a lot of these people live. Did you know their fire department wasn't manned today? Not a single fireman in the station. Not one. That means not one person could respond from that station other than the 2 EMS providers that we have. And we're building, and he built me a beautiful house. Love it. Don't want to live anywhere else. The man did an amazing job. And I don't blame him. He's in business. He's here to make money. I blame you for letting it get out of hand. The blame falls on every single one of you. $600,000 homes. And you got 12 people responding to it to put a fire out? 12 in the first 25 minutes of a fire. Think about that. It's 25 minutes before somebody can come pull one of your loved ones out of a house. You probably don't care about it. You probably watch Chicago Fire. Probably great on TV.
Hey, I'm going to call you out on that. You can stop right there.
No,
We don't call.
No, I have the floor right now, sir.
No.
And I can
You
say
don't
what I
get to
want.
say we don't
I have
care
a First
about it.
Amendment right to say what I want, Mr. White.
You do,
Now, you can
but
stop.
I'm going to say that you can't say that we don't care about it because
Okay.
it's not true.
All right. Well, the reason I'm saying you don't care is there has been no money and no emphasis put towards what we're doing and the public safety part of it. We don't have,
Okay.
it is
all
true.
right, now I'm going to stop you now because you're now out of time.
I know, because you don't want me to continue to speak.
No, I want, if you're going to have that conversation and talk to us about it, okay?
The
But not-
conversation
but
is
not
you're
come up
willing
here
to
and
put
say things that-
330 apartments with 12 people.
No, it doesn't work that way. You can't see time.
I'm just saying, 330 apartments for 12 people in the first 25 minutes to respond
Okay,
to.
well, we haven't built it.
Well, I'm just saying, but the planning board has already approved it.
Right.
There has to be something there.
Thank you. All right, and I had another person in the back stand up. Good evening.
Hi,
Hi.
I'm new to this. I'm
What's
new
your-
to the county.
Just need your name and address for the record, please.
I'm Annette Berg. I'm from 214 Tar Heel Drive in Foster Estates. I'm just here because I wanted to tell you that this developer has promised us things that we've been promised, grocery stores, we've been promised, Foster Estates especially, we were promised a lot of things that we didn't get because apparently we're not part of Foster community. That is all news to all of us that bought there. But that being said, this type of promises that you're making to these people that are buying these homes, we're buying them innocently, thinking we're coming to a nice community. And we bought them because you all approved these communities. And yet we're not getting what we've been promised. We were promised a grocery store. We can't even shop at Food Line half the time and the shelves are empty. I'm having to go to Chesapeake for everything that I need. When are you going to bring the services to those of us that are buying in these communities? I just think that you really need to start building trust with all these new people moving into the community. The trust is getting broken badly. I don't have trust in this community, in this county, because everything that we were promised has been broken. We were promised lower taxes, and I don't see it because my taxes since I bought a year ago are a lot more than I ever imagined they would be. So as a new resident that has come in here into one of these communities, not only are we being sold on all these promises that are broken, but now you're going to break even more by approving this 300 unit housing. Not in addition, where you're planning on building it, the roads can't handle it. I don't know what you're going to plan on doing for the roads. We can't even get out of Fost. We can't even turn on the highway all summer long. We're having to struggle, and then you've got the accidents happening there. So for all of us new people that are coming in, you really need to consider that it's not just the old community that's there, but you're breaking promises to every new person that's coming into the community. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. All right, at this time, I'm going to close public comment and move into the rest of the meeting. Up next is Commissioner reports. And Mr. Payment, would you like to lead us off this evening?
Really just remember the fire departments out there, you know. I was involved for Lower Currituck for a long time, and I know that they need all the support, all the fire departments. Most of our departments, if not all of them, are volunteer. They're not required to be manned. Volunteers always showing up when the pages went off. So any support that you can provide our fire departments, volunteers, they're always looking for, they'll train you, they're looking for help. We don't want to go to a paid fire service if it's just going to be too much money for the taxpayers. Volunteers have always done a great job. We support them as well as we can. They've done a fine job. So this is the public. Let's just make sure we keep supporting them any way we can. A lot of stuff's getting ready to come up in the county. Make sure you pay attention to the calendar on the website, and remember that the Albemarle Regional Public Health Department, we have a facility over in Currituck that has a nurse practitioner. And I keep letting the public know that it is another resource out there for medical needs. They can take you walk-ins, any medical card that you have. If you don't have medical insurance, they can provide a structured payment plan. They can write prescriptions. They can do physicals. They can set up x-rays. There's a lot. Don't think of it as your typical health department. It's really another medical facility that you can go to and have a lot of stuff done. So, and I know the health department's been looking at trying to get another location somewhere in the lower part of the county or the Outer Banks. But just trying to find a location there, try to expand the services even more for the public out there. And that's all I have for this evening.
Thanks, sir. Ms. Kitty?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to repeat a lot of things I said last month. We all need to remember that October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Please go out and get a mammogram. So many cancers are detected by mammograms. Make sure you remember people who talked about helping other folks. Well, we have a way here in Currituck where you can help. We have Operation Santa, which is going on. This helps people in our neighborhood. It also helps the senior citizens. So contact the social service. They're taking donations and they're also taking applications. If you or a family member or neighbor would need assistance at Christmas time with children's gift, there's an application process you have to go through, and that's available October the 14th through November the 22nd. And if you want more information, contact the Social Service Department. As was stated, please remember Western North Carolina, these people are still suffering. I've got several friends that I've talked to off and on that live in the western part of the state, and they're so worried that people are going to forget about them. And there's just hundreds and hundreds of people who still need help. And I know James was mentioning that he had wanted to go out and help. If you can't go, there's organizations, the Baptist Men, the Methodists have a group, Samaritan Purse. There's just so many ways that you can help your neighbors in the western part of the state, and don't forget them. And next is elections. Don't forget to go vote. The election office has one-stop voting that's going on Monday through Friday from 8 to 5. And they will be open one Saturday, and that will be on November the 2nd. And that day they're open from 8 to 3 o'clock. It's in the Judicial Center, Courtroom C. So you park, if you're facing the building, you go on the right-hand side to the back entrance, side entrance rather. So make sure you go out and vote and make your voices heard. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. That was plenty. Ms. Selena?
A lot of the same things, so I won't beat a dead horse. Early voting turnout has been great. A lot of people were frustrated that there were long lines and it was warm out there that day, a beautiful day, but warm to be waiting. So I would ask that you pack your patience, pack your persistence, and get out and vote. There are many more days of early voting, and of course on Election Day, we have that opportunity to cast our opinions. And your opinions matter, and the best way to make your opinions heard is to speak at the ballot box. I would also remind everyone that Halloween is coming up. I'm sure in your neighborhood there's that one neighbor like mine that go a little crazy for Halloween. It becomes a little obsessive. We have one in my neighborhood, and hundreds upon hundreds of young people show up on Halloween night to go through the Harbinger Haunted Trail. And that means there are people in our unlit streets running across. So wherever you are celebrating Halloween and however you celebrate, I would ask that you really be mindful of young people. This is from the very young to the teenagers that sometimes run out in their enthusiasm. So be careful as you're out there on Halloween and the events that are going around for the young people. I also want to thank the staff for all that they are doing and all that they have done. I would ask and make a plea to our staff that we observe Operation Greenlight again this year, which highlights our buildings on Veterans Day and lights up the buildings in green, to let our veterans and our current service members know how much we love and respect them. Along those lines, our Veterans Service Officer, I won't steal your thunder, I'll let you do the details in your report, is now on the job and taking appointments to meet with our veterans so they can be entitled to the benefits that they've earned. So if you are a veteran and you aren't sure if your benefits are what they're supposed to be, I encourage you to make an appointment. And finally, let me just say, Western North Carolina does need everybody coming together for help. My nephew lives in Asheville, and they were told they may not have water for at least another month. They have two young children, and it is a very difficult time for many, many people living in Western North Carolina, Tennessee, Georgia, and Florida. So prayers and anything you can do to help is appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Beaumont?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm going to address a couple of comments that were made during public comment, if you will. First and foremost, Currituck County runs a volunteer department, and it's augmented by professional staff in Corolla and in Knott's Island at this time. As part of that system, if a call out occurs, the EMS staff that's in the house will typically leave with an engine and an ambulance and take it to the scene of a structure fire or an event, where they're met typically by volunteers as they can afford to arrive. It's not a city system. It's not like Virginia Beach. It's not like Chesapeake, which kind of leads to another comment that was made. Our taxes run approximately half what you'll spend in Virginia. But there's a reason for that. There's things that, that comes with living in a more rural environment than not. Our volunteers do a great job. They do the best job that they can, and they're quickly augmented by the departments to the south and the departments to the north. Comment was made about ambulances being out of service. Part of that challenge has been, thanks to the COVID event, the replacement of apparatus and the replacement of trucks is running anywhere from 2 to 3 years. And, you can't overcome that kind of a supply chain delay in getting stuff in place. One of the processes, one of the policies that we've adopted is all of our line engines in Corolla are now advanced life support. That way they can do everything that an ambulance can do, pretty much with the exception of transport. So we are, coming up with ways to try and overcome some of those deficits. Again, personnel was a challenge. Part of the pay raises that went into place at our last budget cycle are helping to retain and attract talent throughout public safety. And so, again, that's another work in process. As to storm response, listen, and I've only lived in Currituck 29 years, it's getting close to 30. There's been one hurricane that an evacuation was ordered. If we get ordered to evacuate, you need to listen and you need to evacuate. You know, the folks in the mountain, they had no way of expecting the kind of flooding that occurred. There were problems with the notification. There was problems with the sirens, and people that just flat could not believe that a once in 5,000 year flooding situation could occur. In Currituck, it's a little different. We almost get to see the waters rise. But as far as seeing 20 feet of water in your front yard, that's probably not going to happen in Currituck County. And we're blessed. We're blessed by the shape of the coastline. Thank you, Hatteras. Thank you, south of us, because the hurricane hits them and it goes right in and wrecks their havoc. Hurricanes typically bounce off of us. We've not had, the closest direct hit we had was Floyd, and it still went south of us, and it was pretty much a non-event for Currituck County. Tarboro, though, on the other hand, they saw some issues. So, as to recovery, you wipe out the county. There is no temporary housing facility stockpile that we can roll in to put everybody back. Currituck County is very careful about reserve funds to get services up and running as fast as possible. Our fund balance for that is running
Percentage-wise, what?
30%.
30%.
Right.
Of our
So
budget.
we've got significant funds that are our stormy day, not even rainy day funds. So, anyway, that's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Paul. You mirrored many of my thoughts. Kevin?
Hold on, let me get my stopwatch going before we
You're
start.
good.
All right, here we
week
go.
promised to be less.
We had a work session on wastewater treatment today, which there was some positive news. We got some money from the state, and there's going to be a lot of allocations, which hopefully that'll attract some more commercial. That's number one. Far as our public safety in the county, I'd like to thank all the public safety, not just the fire, EMS, the deputies, the highway patrol, wildlife, you're going to forget somebody, marine fisheries. But like I said, we had a lot of guys go out west between EMS. One of our medical examiners went out west because was needed and requested. Our bus was sent out there immediately. That when I was a commissioner my first term in 2012, I used to get phone calls of y'all are wasting my tax money on a bus. That was free. We paid nothing for it. But people don't always know what is going on. We had to pay for the stickers, and it came with, I think, 4 sets of tires. And that's utilized all across the state. But I'd like to thank our guys, especially the deputies that work with myself, that went out west. They worked 60-plus hours. I mean, like the devastation that was out there, you just can't compare it to anything. It's just terrible. And then the guys that were here that stepped up and had to cover other things. But that's what a team does. A team works together. Businesses in the county, I know Rhonda Galco, she's doing a bunch of stuff at Howard Hanna. If you want to donate, drop it off there. I see her sitting in the crowd. Tim Posh did a golf tournament, donated every dollar in proceeds, and then multiplied it by 2 what he brought in and donated. I gave him a couple North Carolina based. I told him would be Good Samaritan's Purse, as I believe Miss Kitty mentioned, and Baptist Mission of Men. I know they're feeding thousands of people a day still out west. So thank you to those groups. Man, there's so much good stuff going on in the county, and I've lived here my whole life pretty much. Planes and Plows, the event we had last weekend with the sheriff's office for our community night out, we had 5,000 plus people come. Everything was free unless you bought food. If you bought food, obviously you have to pay for food. That's not free. But the kids, the bounce houses, the county put in the program and stuff like that, 5,000 plus people attended. It was a long day. It was a great day. Awesome event. William, for our airport director, he's the man. Cameron from Cooperative Extension. My mind went blank for a second. Amazing. Her staff, the sheriff's office, everything. It was just an awesome event. There's great stuff going on here in the county. Follow Facebook. You don't have to follow the Moyoc page because there's always drama where they're going to trash or bash somebody. But feel free to follow other pages, and not just that one. People do it on their regular stuff too, because like people sometimes just don't know how to be grown-ups. But like I said, follow the county website. There's some positive things going on. I did the trunk or treat at Charborough. There's roughly 600 and some students at Charborough, so I thought I was being smart. I bought $50 worth of candy. 10 minutes in, I was making phone calls. I donated $45 out of my pocket for some more candy because we were about to run out. 655 kids is what the number they said that attended the trunk or treat at Charborough. So I was like, oh my gosh. But yeah, so I mean, we got great schools. It's a great community. Nothing's perfect. Christmas parade, this is also free unless you want to buy food. I've ran the Christmas parade for roughly 5 years. I'm about over it. No, I'm just kidding. It's a lot to it. A lot of phone calls, a lot of emails, but it is an awesome event and it's free. You can look at it, you can watch it, and we have some floats, in my opinion. It destroys the Great Bridge Parade, and we've had some floats that are just like amazing. So it's awesome how much money. I know some people have put thousands of dollars into their float. And the competitiveness for the trophies that we buy, I mean, it's pretty intense. So the Christmas parade, if you want to enter a float in that, if you want to come to it, it's the first Friday of every month. We have the tree lighting with the Cooperative Extension and her staff and the Currituck FOP. Lodge 89, we put that on together. Last year it was huge, and it just grows every year. So you can look up my county email, send me an email. You can call my phone. If you want to sign up, get the application from the extension website. School board, Ms. Parker brought up a good point. I've said that too, and I agree with her. We should meet quarterly. I know we have a lot of meetings. Somebody on social media said we were overpaid. Well, I have about 10 to 15 meetings every month that I have to take out of my time. So the money that I spend in fuel, or if I donate back to the community, if that person thinks I'm overpaid, I mean, whatever. It is what it is. I got 2 years, one more month. I won't be sitting up here. Somebody else can pay $144. They can run. They can have this because your phone will ring. Your emails will blow up. You're going to have people that like you. You're going to have people that hate you, and you never even done anything to them. So last thing, some of the developments. Currituck Reserve behind Moyock Library. That was approved in 99. In 99, I was in college. So some of these developments that you're seeing now that are houses going up, I didn't approve them. None of these people on the board approved them. Owen's not here tonight. He might have been on the board because he's been on it probably 15 times through his life. But like I said, just some, and he's not here. I love Owen. He's a great guy. But, you know, like I said, some of the stuff, you know, like do your research. I mean, like, and I'm not attacking anybody. I'm a nice guy. I'll help anybody. You can be nasty to me. I'll still help you. But like I said, they have, you know, I mean, it's a great place to live, and that's why people live here. I love it. I'm not moving. You know what I'm saying? Just from the seat in 2 years and a couple months, and I'll be glad when that 26 months is up. But who's counting? But like I said, it's a great place. Please follow the county website. We got a community night football game this week, Wednesday, 6 o'clock. Am I wrong on the time? Does it start at 5, Ms. Parker?
The game is at 6, but the community night activities are 4:30 to 6:30.
4:30 to 6:30. All free for the public, exception of the admission to the game. And obviously, if you're buying food, you just can't walk up and take food from somebody. You're going to have to pay for food. But that's just, I mean, get involved in the community. You know, like I said, we live in a great place. I love it. It's loaded full of amenities. That's my word, amenities. Nothing's perfect. And far as like another grocery store, I think one's coming. I hope one's coming. I remember when we only had Sammy Walker's in the 90s. And I miss Sammy Walker's. They had good meats. But like I said, you talking about having to ride places? Yeah, you had Eagle Mart too. Ron Rose is going to be mad at me. What's that?
Grandy Supermarket.
Grandy Supermarket. I know there was a bunch, but like sometimes I get a call and somebody says we only have 2 grocery stores in the county. Well, we actually have 4, technically 5, because we have 2 in Corolla, which is the county, and 1 in Knott's Island. But like I said, I know everybody wants, and the lady made a valid point. Everybody wants another. I want another grocery store.
Right.
So she cutting me off, but yeah, like I said, it's. Christmas parade, first Friday. Don't forget.
All right, we need a light for Kevin.
I need a light. Give me a light.
That's okay.
I took Owen's time. Owen has no comment tonight.
Okay.
I'm done.
All right, thank you. All right. I want to address a couple comments that were made up here tonight. Just for clarity's sake, you know, we first of all of us care deeply about this community. We make $14,400 a year to be up here, to hear everything on social media, see everything on social media, take telephone calls, do whatever. It is not about the money. I can tell you that. It costs me a lot more than that to drive around from Corolla day in and day out to come over here. Especially if you're the chairman, you're doing more stuff, you're taking more telephone calls. I spent most of the weekend on telephone calls this weekend and half of this morning just dealing with county business, not paying attention to my personal business. So, I take it personally when someone says we don't care, because we do care. We don't have all the answers, but we try hard, and we try to make the best decisions with the information we have. And that information comes from expert testimony many times. We heard, don't listen to the experts. Well, we're required by law to listen to the experts. There's a reason they're an expert. They have spent time, money, energy in educating and training themselves and receiving degree work or licensures and things that make them an expert. And they're qualified as experts by an attorney and established, and that is accepted by the Board of Commissioners when we have quasi-judicial hearings. We will have one shortly this evening. In those quasi-judicial hearings, we have to act as a judge panel. We can only accept expert testimony. And when it was said that we were trying to get rid of public comment, we can't listen to public comment in a normal sense that you can do when you come up here to public comment like we had a little while ago. You can come up here and express your thoughts, your hopes, your dreams, whatever there are, your frustrations. But we cannot accept that in a quasi-judicial setting. We need expert testimony or direct witness testimony like you would have if you were in a trial, for instance. So it is, we have to accept it. We can't just decide not to. That is thanks to lawyers and court cases and bad behaviors on other commissioners' parts in other areas. So when we want to have public comment, it is not really public comment that you typically think of. We have to have people come forward that have direct knowledge of an area. Maybe a development's going to go in and it floods all the time. That person may even have pictures. They are a witness to something that took place on that property, and that makes them someone we can listen to and hear what they have to say because they have direct knowledge of what is going on. Dana, you brought up a couple months ago about the BOC and BOE getting together. It was brought to my attention. I actually said that we need to look together to have maybe a smaller group that's a finance group to help understand their budget, our budget, what goes on, and so we can have trust in each other and what's going on. We don't have distrust necessarily, but we don't understand what the school budget pressures are, and they kind of understand what ours are because they can see what we go through up here and through that process when we have our budgets, which are open to the public. The reason we haven't had those is because we're getting ready to sit a couple new commissioners, and it seemed like it would be a little bit premature for myself as the chair and Selena and Janet as the chair of the BOE and their vice chair and our requisite people to get together when I'm going to be leaving in 6 weeks. Miss Kitty's going to be off the board in 6 weeks. Paul will be off the board as well. We're going to seat some new people. It seemed kind of premature to do that at the time and let these new members come on and be a part of that process so that it's their process, not one I started or we started together. Let them come in and develop that into something that they can do. And it encourages meetings between the two boards when new members come on both boards. There's going to be seats vacated or new seats, people coming on to the Board of Education as well through this election process. So that is the reason that we have not done that. The devastation, someone brought up Siesta Key. Actually, I have two cousins that live down there. My father-in-law, his wife, my uncle lives on Siesta Key. Very good friend of mine lives in Tampa. He had 28 inches of water in his garage. He goes on Tampa Bay. So when we talk about, and Paul, you covered most of this, we go through drills here at the county. We sit down, we have emergency management come in and work on what happens hurricane season for us. We've actually set this room up in here as an emergency center just to deal with that. And that's an exercise that's done every year so that we're ready when a storm comes, as prepared as we can be. Thanks to forecasting today, we can pretty much know we need to get the heck out well in advance. You were right, Connie, years ago. We had a hurricane. It was Dennis or Floyd. It was Floyd, actually.
Floyd was a ringleader.
And Corral was backed up for 18 hours to get out of there. That storm, though, was only we were kicked out about, 24 hours probably before it was going to make landfall. So thankfully, the forecasting has gotten much better for us, and that's why we've been trying to get a mid-county bridge so we can get people out of here. So we do have planning for that event. There are things that we will never be able to plan for. For instance, the devastation that hit western North Carolina or Siesta Key. Nobody can deal with that. You're just going to have to come back and start over. It is a terrible situation, but when you live by the coast, it is something that you are faced with, and you've made a choice to be there. And lastly, the Board of Commissioners really don't make promises. I want to be clear that a developer may come up here and promise us something, and of course they will promise the sun and the moon and the stars sometimes to get their project approved because that's what they want to do, get their project approved. But many times we have developers that come up here and they do try to do the very best they can to put forth what they say they're going to put forth. Circumstances do not always work out that way for them, much as the case with Faust and Floor, which we're going to hear from tonight. We don't promise you that your taxes are going to stay low. We don't promise you that we're going to bring a grocery store in. We cannot do that. That is a private sector enterprise. The private sector has to look at this area, see enough rooftops out there, enough medium income out there, and know that they can invest millions of dollars, maybe tens of millions of dollars to build infrastructure and know that they're going to get a return on investment. And they may be able to pay for it, but that return on investment may not be high enough for them to actually build it. We heard that about building a hotel here. Yeah, you could do it, and it might pay for itself.
Several times.
Right, and it might pay for itself, but it didn't meet the corporate level investment. They didn't get the return. They wanted a 80% return or 60% return, whatever it is. I'm making this up number-wise. It's not a legit, but they have that, and it's not gonna. They're not gonna build. Someone's not going to spend $15 or $20 million to build a hotel and have it take 20 years to pay for it. They're just not going to do that. So we try very hard to bring those things to the county to entertain any calls that will come in. I know Commissioner Beaumont was working with a group to try and bring at our the training facility here, which would have brought in some hotel rooms and things of that nature, so we could have some temporary housing. What we do is try and put things in place to make that available to them should they decide to come here. And I know people want more businesses here. We want more businesses here. It provides a great amount of sales tax revenue, and sales tax revenue is unrestricted, and it helps keep your taxes low. A big problem we've had is our wastewater treatment plant, as Janet mentioned earlier, was not operable for the last forever. Before I came on the Board of Commissioners, that thing was on. It just had never worked right. And eventually we couldn't put anybody else on the system. We had to shut it down. We have now made changes to fix that system. And Rebecca reported on that this evening. We've had, one good month of operations, and if we get a couple good months in, we are very hopeful that DEQ will allow us to open up and allow things to tap onto the system. That has been a big deterrent to business. We do have businesses waiting to come here, but they don't want to put a septic system in. They want a small lot, smaller footprint, and not have to deal with maybe a grease trap or septic system or whatever they need if it's a fast food restaurant, for instance. So as soon as we get that, I think you'll see those opportunities open up and those businesses are going to come here because we have started to get to that rooftop, that magic number that we needed to have people come here to open a business, and you will see change. It is a slow process. It is a process that can take decades to happen. And it takes decades of work on it. And boards come and go, thoughts come and go, we change. When I came on here, everybody wanted to do Currituck Station. We looked at it after a few years, and not only were there no willing sellers for the land for that area, but it's not what we're about. Currituck Station, ultimately, this Board of Commissioners said that's not what we really are. We don't need giant industrial million-square-foot buildings here in a free trade zone. Anyone that's traveled west of here, going out, is it 58? Out through Suffolk and seen what they have done out there with these ginormous warehouses. They have a 6-lane highway they're putting in through the middle of the sleepy little town out there. That is exactly what would have happened here in Moyock. And that is not something that we want to see as Board of Commissioners and listening to the folks that live here, much like you have expressed yourself this evening. So thank you all for allowing me to speak for a minute, and we'll move on to our next agenda item this evening is County Manager's Report.
Mr. Chairman, I think your time was just as much as mine, too. I
It
just wanted
was,
that
but I had
noted.
better stuff. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'll just mention that, yes, our Veteran Services Officer, Rob Kane, started on October 9th. He's currently going through some training that's offered through the state, so he is unable to process VA paperwork until he gets through that training. But he is still taking names and connecting folks if they need help immediately. The position serves both Currituck and Camden counties. When he is here in Currituck, he is located in this facility, the historic courthouse, and when he's in Camden, he'll be located at the Camden County Library. Thank you.
Thank you. Following on the heels of that, do you remember when the gentleman came in here to talk to us about getting that, what he said having that would bring in financially? It was amazing what a veteran service, in addition to having that service for our veterans, but it was some ungodly amount of money that comes back into an economy.
It is huge. I want to say it was like on the order of 10 times his salary would come back in revenue directly to the county. So
In Wake County in 1 year, and I realize it's Wake County, $18 million.
Right.
So it definitely
Well,
pays for itself.
so the challenge is there's folks that already have aspects of that already taken care of. This is in addition to, this is above and beyond what revenue is already coming into the county. So,
Right.
yeah.
So I just want to point that out.
It
that-
is. It's kind
That, hiring this veteran service officer, in addition to it being a good thing for the numerous veterans we have here, also can be financially beneficial to us as well as that money flows back in. Will be. Miss Megan, you're next up. Do you have anything this evening?
No report. Just want to thank you all for your support the last 3 weeks that my son was hospitalized. I really thank you all for that and for thoughts and prayers from the community.
Okay.
So thank you.
All right, we got a public hearing coming up next. It's going to be quasi judicial. Do we need to take a 5-minute break before we jump into that? Okay. All right, cool. Thank you. We'll stand in recess for 5 minutes. All right, everyone. All right. Going to get back to this night's meeting, and the next item on the agenda, as I said before this break, was public hearings. First item is PB 87-56 Monterey Shores, Phase 3 of Corolla Bay. The property owner and applicant, SF Corolla Bay LLC, is requesting a preliminary plat special use permit for two-lot phase, proposed lots 61 and 62, for property located at Cruz Bay Court, Corolla Tax Map 115E, parcel RFD, Poplar Branch Beach Township. Good evening, Ms. Turner. How are you? Oh, thank you. Yep, it is a quasi. All right, anyone who's going to participate in this tonight needs to come in and be sworn in. This is a quasi judicial hearing. All right, everybody. All right, do you all solemnly swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. All right. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a request for preliminary plat special use permit for two lots at the end of Cruz Bay Court in Corolla Bay here. And you can see on the map, the subject property is here. Whalehead subdivision being here, Corolla Shores, the piece of property that was taken down for the future bridge terminus, as well as the Corolla Bay villas are adjacent to it. This is just a more zoomed in version, and you can see that the property is adjacent to an existing gazebo and pier for this particular subdivision. The property is zoned SFO, Single Family Outer Banks with Plan Unit Development Overlay, and is subject to the amended sketch plan for Monterey Shores Plan Unit Development, and I'll show you that in a moment. And all the properties around it are also part of the Monterey Shores Plan Unit Development. The Imagine Currituck 2040 Vision Plan classifies the site as G2, controlled growth. So getting to the original approval, we know in plan unit developments on the beach, there's a sketch plan, which is basically like the zoning map, and that lays out the development pattern for the plan unit developments. And you can see here, this is the sketch plan from 2010, and these lots are here, and they show up at the end of this cul-de-sac, right around this cul-de-sac. And they showed up on sketch plans as early as, I believe, 2002 in a little different configuration, but the 03 sketch plan as well as the 2007 plan does show these lots. So with respect to the density, the number of lots being created, that has been approved for quite a while.
Okay.
But the lots haven't been approved for subdivision because of at the time, the DOT was looking at taking, or purchasing the property here at the end for the future bridge landing site. And when the applicant came in to get the approvals for the lots in this area, the Board of Commissioners at the time did not approve those lots. They were concerned about affecting the value of the property. And that was taken directly from the staff report when that came before the board that was sitting at that time. And you can see here, this is from the most recent sketch plan, which was, I believe, last year in 2023. And you can see that the configuration that you're seeing tonight was approved on the sketch plan at that time. Again, not any change to the density with respect to the lots within Corolla Bay Soundside subdivision. So you can see here, well, I just gave you the history. There were so far 36 recorded lots in Section 1 and 10 recorded lots in Section 2. And this, if these lots are also recorded, that will give a total of 48 lots in the subdivision. So the property is proposing to connect to county water, and you may recall, or at your seat, you have a new county water commitment form, and that was related to this project. We noticed in preparing the agenda packets that the prior form had recently expired, and so they have today gotten that renewed. They will be served by the Monterey Shores Wastewater Treatment Plant, so private sewer. And I showed you earlier, it's adjacent to some of the community amenities. The pier, gazebo is right across the cul-de-sac here. They are also proposing to connect the sidewalk around the cul-de-sac that doesn't exist now. And then there's a cluster mailbox unit in this area, and that will be ADA accessible. So that's some of the infrastructure improvements they're doing for this particular phase. They're also required to meet stormwater regulations a little more stringent than when the subdivision was originally approved. You know, the state is looking more at water quality. The county has some more water quality management rules, so they are proposing some on-site infiltration basins to meet the ordinance requirements for today. Technical Review Committee did review the application, and there's a comment that fee in lieu is due prior to final plat recordation, and that's just consistent with ordinance language, that is something that will be required. Again, it's in the G2 transect of the Imagine Currituck plan, which is designated for medium density residential developments. And that those types of developments are encouraged to locate where both water and wastewater are available, which is the case for this particular project. You're familiar, I'm sure, with some of the land use goals and policies of the plan, especially land use goal 1 and land use policy 1.3. There's some other policies that may apply to the request regarding infrastructure and county services, transportation. These are all in your agenda packet as well. Parks and recreation, and a specific Corolla G2 transect policy that states to encourage existing plan unit developments to continue to develop according to the master plan in order to achieve a more efficient use of land, higher level amenities, and creative design. And for this board to issue approval for the special use permit, the applicant needs to demonstrate that the proposed use is going to meet these 4 findings of fact, as well as be in compliance with the UDO. And that concludes my presentation for this project. Any questions?
You brought up the bridge landing site. is that still being, do you have anything, do we know where it's gonna land exactly? I mean, I know it's kind of shown on the maps, like, oh, it's coming over here and there's gonna be a roundabout, but, has the state done anything on that side yet?
Still the same.
Yeah.
It's still the same to my knowledge. Did that parcel where
It's still
you
gonna land
showed-
right there, right?
Still gonna land right there, correct?
As far as I know, yeah.
Yeah, so, I guess the bigger question is, the same things exist now that did then, that the previous Board of Commissioners had concerns over it, I guess, having to tear down houses, right? That the state would have to come in and buy these and potentially, that's what I'm getting to, is that, if
Possibly,
you
yeah.
build houses there and then the bridge comes in, do these houses now have to be bought up and
There,
removed?
Jenny. I
Which
think
one?
that
one?
shaded area is where the
is-
terminus
right.
has been planned to be.
Right. And so it's the same problem, right? It's that we're going to build a house, tear it down, potentially.
Are you?
I don't know. I'm not going to build a house.
I don't know.
I'm not building
Oh,
a
no,
house.
no,
So
either.
I'm done with
Well,
Carl.
I think at the time we were trying to get some input from the state
Right.
to confirm whether or not that was actually going to be, because we were worried that then if we let them build homes there and the state was going to do it, then they'd be, instead of just the land value, now that they'd have to pay for the
Right,
the
the
structure
house
on
and
it too.
land,
So we
right.
were trying to wait for feedback, and I don't think we ever got the feedback. I don't think we did from the state.
Well, I think they did purchase the property, which is a big change between
That
when this
then
came
now.
before you previously and now.
That much,
The
okay.
shaded part.
The shaded
Right.
part they own, correct?
Correct, yeah, and I can go back to the
Okay, so
Some
they
reason
had
I was thinking-
purchased.
And they had they could have bought, if they needed more,
They could have
right
bought
here.
they
those.
could have bought this.
You can
Right.
The
see
state bought all
parcel right
that.
here.
Right.
And then you can also see there's these lots were impacted across the street as well.
Okay.
So that's what they purchased.
That's all been purchased now by the state, okay.
Just the teal color, correct?
The teal
That's
color is the
today.
subject
That's for
property.
today. That's
Okay,
subject
okay,
property,
all right.
yeah.
It's just to the south, Kevin, right
All
here,
right.
if you can see my mouse.
Yeah.
But that shaded porch, Kevin, would, I mean, I don't know why the state didn't buy that yet then. That's what,
They'll just cut through your driveway or something.
Yeah, they just take the back half of your yard. Swimming pool's gone. Okay. Thank you.
can I just, I have just a off the wall question, Jenny, that I just thought about here. If one day this bridge gets built, if and when, I know we've been 40 years, but if it does get built, does the Corolla residents now, they have access to the mainland with that bridge? Would they now have access to our school systems, and which schools would they go
Yes.
to? Which schools would they
have it
go
now.
to?
They'll probably up to the BOE to decide, right?
I mean,
Correct.
would all of a sudden Griggs be flooded with all these in the high school now? I mean, I just because there's if all these residents now have kids and they can get like Knott's Island with the ferry, would that change? They'd have a right to the school systems, correct?
They do now.
Oh, they do, but I mean, but the bridge would even give it easier access.
Right.
So where are all these homes committed to now? Griggs Element? or Shelburne?
Those discussions have begun.
Okay, well, I'm just thinking here because there's a lot of homes over there.
Well, and right now, we're fortunate in that they're rental properties, right?
Right.
And that was a discussion, and that's a little bit outside of this, but
Okay.
with Crawl Light, they were looking at forecasting what happens if
Yeah.
30% of their
Yeah.
homes become
Full-time.
regular, full-time
residents.
Thinking
What
of
does
now
it do to their income stream? So it is a concern, and it is one we'll have to deal with if that starts to happen, and
Okay.
I won't be around. So.
Okay. Well, that's a lot of homes over there.
All right, it is a lot of homes over there, but, having people that can afford to live there and buy there and raise their family there is a different animal entirely, so.
Okay.
I don't think the Titchler study will apply.
No,
Right.
I'm
All right,
looking
thank you,
all-
Jenny.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There's nothing
Just
further.
gonna leave this on the screen. The applicant may want
All
to
right.
use that.
All right,
Excuse me, may I ask her a couple of questions?
of course. Yep.
To answer a couple of questions. My name is Kraus Gray. I'm the attorney for the applicant in this particular matter. And I just basically have two questions for this young lady.
Okay.
Just to confirm that you've reviewed this plan and it meets the UDO sections as far as you're aware of.
Yes.
And you were kind enough to, did you not provide me some information regarding the October, what do I want to call it, school capacity that has already been used. Is that correct?
I provided October enrollment.
Thank you, Matt. That's all.
All right, thank you.
That was quick.
All right, well, I'm sure you're gonna bring some witnesses up.
Oh,
now.
yes,
Put your
I
case on? Yeah. Okay.
But he was leading.
Yeah, you're not done yet.
Trader, if you'd come up, please. We'll try and keep this as short as possible, but you know us attorneys, we like to talk.
Right.
Yep. Mr. Strader, please tell your qualifications to the board.
My name is Michael Wayne Strader Jr. I'm a licensed professional engineer in the state of North Carolina.
And have you ever testified as an expert before?
I have.
Have you ever testified before this board as an expert?
I have.
We would, without going through all the litany, I would tender him to as an expert in engineering and your UDO.
Okay, thank you. Is the board willing to accept him without any more qualifications?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Please tell the board about this project.
Let me interrupt real quick. Okay, I had a BOA case, and I don't know that it'll have any merit, but because we didn't go through all of the background, that became case for an appeal that didn't go our way. Do we sacrifice that?
You can certainly require him to ask all of those questions, and I think that would definitely, it's better to be safe than sorry.
Let's,
Okay.
the
So,
abbreviated
you
version,
just-
please.
yeah.
Flip notes.
Abbreviated version of the background. What is your schooling?
Bachelor's of Science in Civil and Environmental Engineering.
How long have you been practicing engineering?
In excess of 18 years as a professional engineer.
And how many projects have you been involved in total, a ballpark?
Well over hundreds.
And how many of those projects have been in Currituck County?
Two, remember?
Yeah, I mean, let's say over 50.
All right, approximately half, a ballpark. And I know you've not written anything, so I would still tender him as an expert.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it. We'll accept.
Please tell the board about the project.
So what you see before you right now is the proposed 2 lots, and these have been, as your planning staff explained, they have been within the subdivision master plan for a long, long time. And DOT has purchased lands, and they did not choose to purchase this land that has been platted as future development parcel area. So the applicant saw this as an opportunity to plat these lots. I mean, otherwise, we've got, it's not even common, it's not common or open space. So, I mean, it seems like, in fact, it's been within the permits since that subdivision plat. They just weren't platted as lots, so they weren't lots of record. I'll go into more detail as I get into the public health and safety, I believe.
Okay. Well, you just go ahead and.
So I would be an expert witness to speak to public health and safety, that the.
Okay. Well, as a professional engineer, you can speak to, do we need to qualify him in those areas as an engineer, as a professional engineer? He would be responsible for.
Yes, I mean, as long as he testifies to those things that correlate with his expertise, knowledge, and experience, then he can testify to those.
Okay.
I'll be speaking to water, wastewater, stormwater.
Okay.
And hopefully you do tender me as a witness in those things. So I'll get past the density. I think we've all agreed that they're already part of the units of density. But as far as water, so the county, Southern Outer Banks Water has issued the capacity availability approval for water supply. We've actually, that's been re-upped over the years because it's only good for 12 months, so it allows the county to reassess. the wastewater treatment and disposal permit from the Division of Water Resources. That covers the proposed lots of the subdivision. And we also have documentation from the division of the capacity to serve these subject lots. And then Carolina Water Service, Inc., which is the sewer service provider, they've issued a commitment to serve letter approving of the 2 lots and the associated capacity. There's also a state stormwater permit that covers the subdivision, which does include, believe it or not, it actually includes the 2 lots. It explicitly lists those lots, 61 and 62, as the built-upon area. So it's included in the state stormwater permit. That permit has been renewed, and that stormwater permit is valid, active, and effective. And although the existing stormwater permit already covers these 2 lots, the proposed application actually proposes to store in excess of what the state has, because obviously we've got a more stringent, since these 2 lots are brought forth to you today and not years ago when the subdivision was initially done, the stormwater requirements have changed and they're much more stringent today. So these 2 lots will be the only 2 lots within this subdivision area that actually store today's storage volume requirement, and it actually does it on site. So it's above and beyond what you would typically see and what you would have seen years ago. So basically, you've got the applicant's consulting engineer that's designed the construction drawings and the preliminary plat to today's codes. You've had county staff review and approve that we've done our job, and then you've also got a third-party stormwater review entity that has reviewed it, and they recommended approval for it, and then also the state regulatory authorities. So I don't know what else I could cover for the public health. I guess DOT, so I almost missed them. It has been reviewed and approved by DOT, and so I can't think of any other ones that I have missed so far.
Okay.
Do I need to testify on anything else?
Let me ask you a couple of questions, Mr. Strader. Based on your experience as an engineer, the design of these 2 lots, would they endanger the public health or safety?
No, not the way they're designed.
All right. The lots that are adjacent to this are subdivision lots, is that correct?
Correct.
And these are just additional subdivision lots?
Yes, and there's also open space adjacent to these lots as well.
And so, in your experience as an engineer, are they in harmony with the area in which they are located?
Yes, they're like similar single-family dwelling lots.
And you've already testified that they were submitted to staff, and staff came back and said they were in compliance with the ordinance, correct?
Correct.
And you are testifying as an engineer who's done over 50 plans, approximately 50 plans, 50% of your plans in this county. And when you design plans, do you review the land use plan and other officially adopted plans?
We do.
And is this design for these 2 lots in conformity with the land use plan to the best of your knowledge and experience?
It is, to the 2040 vision plan.
That's all the questions I have. Please answer any questions that the board might have.
How wide is the lot?
How wide? I need something with some dimensions on it.
The curved C2 is only 60 feet, is what it looks like here.
It's lot 61 and 62, right? Half an acre and a quarter.
Are you asking about the buildable area?
Yeah. So the lot is,
So,
I mean,
let me
with 10-foot setbacks, I'm like,
10-foot setback, in fact, so.
at least.
So what we did is we used today's yard setbacks, took the same houses that will more than likely be constructed on the, so these are actually a little bit, the 162 is going to be larger. I mean, it's going to be wider than the other typical lots in the subdivision. 61 is just typical with the other lots.
Okay,
The same similar structure that's being constructed on all the other
Okay.
lots in the subdivision will be.
I just saw the radius is C2, and that's only 60 feet, and, which to me then,
Yeah, yeah.
that makes
40
that
feet,
really
just 10
tight.
feet on both sides.
And it's a curve.
Yeah, it's like, yeah.
So you got what, the 20-foot,
Right.
before you
I
get
mean,
into the ditches, the swales, right? I mean, I get where you're coming from, so.
What I'm getting, I don't want to approve in a lot that's going to be non-conforming or isn't going to be a legitimate.
Well, they're buildable lots based on the site plans that we generated as draft before, obviously nothing can be submitted until
Okay.
the subdivision can be done.
Do we? About lot 61. Are you talking about lot 61?
Yeah,
Okay, just checking.
the bowling alley.
Right.
Staying inside the ditches there, or the easement area.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's on okay.
Yeah, so so the dotted, you can barely see the hashed lines, not the swale areas, but you're showing a setback and a width on the back portion. You have on the upper portion of what we're viewing. Looks like you got a 25 and a 25, so, but it's on, kind of a rooftop shape to it, so.
So figure
The width of
45.
your usable area, I guess, is gonna be less than.
40 to 45 feet.
Right. For a house to be built on.
But
Shotgun house.
But a single-family dwelling could fit within that buildable
Okay,
area.
I just making sure it looked right.
It's gonna be this wide.
A long house.
This long.
And it wouldn't be that, it definitely would not, because all the stormwater has to be captured, so it would not go beyond about where you see the back of the lot 61 text. Shouldn't go any further eastward than the back of that stormwater swale.
Ask him a question. I'm just asking for a real simple answer. Talk to me like I don't know a thing about engineering. In the agenda packet, there are 4 pages of the infiltration report. That is above my
Significant.
pay grade. Can you just sum up what that is?
Sure. So we do soil borings to determine where is the seasonal high water elevation, and then what is the permeability of that soil. So we're using today's standards to design the bottom of the stormwater infiltration swale to have vertical separation well above that seasonal high elevation.
Okay.
So this would function, these stormwater control measures would function better than others that you have seen in the air that may not have the
So
same vertical
others in
separation.
this neighborhood, these would function better than the others
they
in the
would.
neighborhood?
They would.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. I spent way too much time on those 4 pages, so I appreciate that.
I just gave up. All right.
No further questions here.
All right. Any other questions from the commissioners? Okay. Anything else from you this evening?
No.
Okay.
Unless you
Thank
need
you.
me.
Ouch.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Stephen Craddock. I reside in 102 Hickory Hill Drive, Grandy, North Carolina.
I think we need to qualify you. He needs to ask you some questions before we get into your testimony. You want to qualify him as an expert and
Mike.
police? Yes. That way we'll make sure we got our,
Patients and then.
Sure. I've been a certified real estate appraiser in North Carolina and Virginia. I've been certified in North Carolina for 22 years. I have performed approximately 6,000 appraisals and different studies. I've also worked on behalf of the County of Currituck in some cases as well. So you all have entrusted me as well with that service before. I attended Elizabeth City State University where I majored in mathematics and statistics as well as computer science.
okay. Thank you.
We would tender him as an expert.
Thank you. Accept, Mr. Craddock. Thank you. All right.
As an expert in,
And property value.
Valuation, property valuation.
okay.
All right, Mr. Craddock, fire away.
All right. I was hired by the applicant as a consultant to determine the possible effects, if any, that may occur from the granting of a special use permit to allow the creation of 2 new lots. That they will be named lots 61 and 62. My task was to determine whether or not, if they will or will not injure the value of adjoining or abutting lands, and if they will or will not be in harmony with the area in which they are located. I'm going to skip through my report. I'm sure they'll offer that up to you as well. Some current market trends in Corolla. In Corolla, supply and demand are not in balance. In appraising, we call this undersupply. This means that there is a greater demand for properties than there is in the supply of available properties for sale. Since COVID-19 became a norm throughout the country, vacationers continuing to come to our area now instead of having a traditional vacation in the summer. Employers of vacationers are using more virtual technology to have meetings and work rather than having employees come to a physical place of business. This allows more flexibility for vacationers to travel with family and be able to vacation and work on the go. I see that trend is going to continue for quite a long time in the future. And remember that our vacationers that come now are our future home buyers. According to the Outer Banks Association of Realtors Multiple Listing Service, median home sale prices within Corolla's zip code have gently increased over the last 15 years cumulatively, but have increased more significantly over the last few years or so. This continuing increase has been caused by the increased demand for homes of all kinds in the Corolla area and the decreased number of foreclosures available for sale in Corolla and more recent national economic and banking factors. As of the end of last year in 2023, the median sales price in Corolla was $924,000 with over 140 home sales. This shows an increase in home values and a huge increase in the median sales price over the last 5 years since December 31, 2018. That's an average of about 20 sales per month and a 5-year median sales price increase of 84%. The 2023 sales statistic is a very strong indicator of the stability of the real estate market in Corolla. These numbers provide undisputable evidence that the demand for residential is not going away, but it is still increasing, even as interest rates have increased. Sales prices now are at a higher level than they were in around mid-2006 at the peak of the boom, and home prices in Corolla are still increasing. A fact that proves that supply and demand of housing are not equal and that this trend is continuing is that currently there are only about 20 properties that are on market or under contract. This is only about 1 more month of possible sales at the current rate of sales per month just in Corolla. Speaking about the Mid-County Bridge Terminus area, the subject property where the proposed lots 61 and 62 are located just north and west of the NC DOT owned right-of-way for the proposed Mid-Currituck Bridge Terminus and the adjoining NC 12 expansion. And according to the NC DOT website, there appears to be no plans to purchase or acquire additional properties for the proposed bridge, as this has already been done. NC DOT has selected the preferred alternative route for the bridge. This fact does not appear to have a negative effect on the subject proposed lots or on the subdivision as a whole. Speaking about the subdivision, The subject subdivision of Corolla Bay, especially on the streets of Cruise Bay Lane and Cruise Bay Court, has had at least 16 new homes built and sold within the last 5 years. The range of those sales has been from 544,000 to 2.365 million during this 5-year period. And even with the buyers knowing about the proposed bridge and the continuing development of new homes within the subdivision, there have been no provable negative effects from the addition of these new homes or the proposed bridge. Home sale prices have continued to increase during this same 5-year period, and I believe that this positive sales trend is going to continue. And in Corolla, dwellings typically are built and designed to be either vacation rental homes, second homes, or retirement homes. Very few have permanent year-round residents. This fact exists within the subject subdivision of Corolla Bay. It is evident by the current occupancy type that exists in this area. If one were to visit the subject subdivision or the nearby subdivisions, they would see that most homes within any given subdivision has a rental company sign posted on the outside of it. And even though others may not have any signs, they're probably rented as well. Within the subject subdivision, there are currently 46 homes, and 26 of them have rental signs posted. This type of occupancy is typical throughout all of Corolla. The subject property. I personally inspected the subject property on Saturday, 10/12/2024. I also inspected the properties adjoining and abutting the subject property, and I have viewed the surrounding neighborhood areas, both the commercial areas and residential, near the subject property. And what I have found during this process is that currently the subject property is not at its highest and best use. If you approve the proposed subdivision of the current lot into 2 lots, the proposed lots 61 and 62, it will improve the subject property's highest best use, and it will increase its potential utility. The plans that the applicant and other experts have or will submit to you show that the structures that they propose to build, once approved, are similar to the structures on nearby properties and similar to the structures within the subdivision and in the immediate and nearby neighborhoods. This subdivision proposal is not an unusual request, as there are already other dwellings nearby, as well as the fact that current vacant lot was already planned to be utilized for development and has a described legal description visible on the Currituck County GIS website that says Reserve Future Development, Corolla Bay Section 2. The additional lots will aid in relieving the supply and demand imbalance issues the area faces. With the increasing demand and need for housing I have already proven to you, also comes the increased demand for stores, restaurants, and commercial uses. Some of the future benefits to the county that you would receive would be the county has the assessed real estate tax of the existing vacant lot as $81,000. This gives the county a total of $502 annually in tax income at the current real estate tax rate. The applicant is estimating that the total tax value assessment of the 2 properties on lots 61 and 62 after they are fully completed will be approximately $3 million. This will give the county in total $18,600 annually in real estate income at our current countywide rate. Not only will the county receive the real estate property taxes from the property owner, but it also will benefit from the additional occupancy taxes which will be generated from the rentals. The applicant estimates the total maximum rental income for the homes that will be built upon lots 61 and 62 to be approximately $355,880 annually. This will give the county an additional 6% of the total rental income dollars, which would be another $21,353. And furthermore, nearby businesses will benefit from the additional occupancy from their own sales of gasoline, food, souvenirs, and the like. Keeping these monies local is the key to all of our independent businesses' success, to increase the diversification of the county's tax-based revenues and for the stability of the income stream in taxes to allow for a sustainability in the county's future revenue and budget calculations. Approving this change to the subdivision is logical, and it will promote the logical and orderly development of the subject property, which is the true crux of good planning and development. At this time, I see no possible unintended consequences from the approval of this subdivision change based on the current and available information known. And how we came to determine our opinion, we used a variety of different methodologies. We used the principle of substitution in determining whether the two lots created by granting this special use permit would be similar to the existing lots within the subdivision, specifically on Cruise Bay Lane and Cruise Bay Court. The evidence is clear that they will be, and they will have the same amenities, they will have the same similar structures built upon them by the same developer who built the other homes. We also performed a comparative analysis of the sales that have occurred within the last 5 years and found that lots with new homes built upon them have not harmed property values of adjacent and abutting previously constructed properties in Corolla or in other areas of the county. This is similar to what is happening in other neighborhoods outside the subject subdivision in Corolla and on the mainland as well, where existing property values are not negatively affected by development within a subdivision or when new phases are opened up for new construction. To the contrary, property values are continuing to rise. We also reviewed, and I concur with a 2022 study that was performed that states that gentle density increases nearby property values. Evidence shows contrary to belief. The study states no modern study has investigated the persistent but errant collective attitude that gentle density negatively impacts property values. In fact, property values are shown to be based more on practical considerations and life-enhancing opportunities than on density and diversity. Proximity to amenities, specific architecture, and good building maintenance, and the availability of quality infrastructure and services are the high-ranking qualifiers determining property values. We also reviewed, and I concur with a 2005 study that was performed regarding higher density properties. In this in-depth study conducted by the Urban Land Institute, I examined several myths surrounding housing density. The study states ample evidence suggests that well-designed, higher density development properly integrated into existing communities can become a significant community asset that adds to the quality of life and property values for existing residents while addressing the needs of a growing and changing population. And this study goes on to cite several other studies detailing percentages of increase in comparisons between properties. So my synopsis to all this stuff that I've told you about is that based on all the evidence that has been submitted by the applicant and by all of the remarks from county staff and the technical review committee and above in-depth research that I have personally performed for this consulting assignment above, I have determined that in my professional and expert opinion, the granting of a special use permit to allow the creation of 2 new lots that will be named Lots 61 and 62 will not injure the value of adjoining or abutting lands, and they will be in harmony with the area in which they are located. I'll be happy to answer any questions you all may have.
I think you about covered it, Stephen.
A little long-winded, but hey.
Did you prepare a written report that you were just testifying concerning?
Yes, sir.
And you did in fact sign and seal this report, is that also correct?
Yes, sir.
We would ask to introduce this into evidence.
Okay, thank you. Hand it to the clerk. All right, thank you, sir. We
Thank
appreciate
you.
your time this evening.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
All right.
I will do my utmost to be a little bit shorter than that, but as I said before, you know us attorneys, we like to talk. The issue that I will be addressing with you is one that I wrestled with quite hard, which is how do I demonstrate the impact on the schools? And I've come at it from this direction. First, this is a copy of your tax information on the 46 lots that are within the development. And I'll ask to introduce this into evidence. And attached to each lot, we have put in the lot number and the address of the owner. May I introduce this?
Yes. Okay.
That's all 46 lots. And what we ascertained was out of the 46 lots, only 4 of the lots had addresses in Currituck County, which means all the other owners didn't reside there, or at least they got their mail in some other location, not in Currituck County. Now, the testimony was that in the earlier presentation that we did a study and determined that there were for rent signs on a certain percentage of those homes, but not all of them. But what I am telling you is almost every one of those has either got a sign on it or they're using it as a second home for themselves, or they're using Airbnb or one of the other rental programs that doesn't require a management company. The point simply being, if we take 4 out of 46, that's over 91% of those homes are not going to be contributing anybody to the school system. Now, that doesn't mean that it may not happen in the future. I'm not going to say it can't, but I do want to get down to the 2 lots that we're talking about here. We're not talking about 46 or 300 lots that these people are all here to talk about. This is 2 lots. Currituck County did a study called by Tischler and Associates, and I'm going to put my eyes on. And I'm going to introduce this in evidence and ask that you take judicial notice of that study that you had done. And what's important about that study is it basically tells you per house how many students you might be able to get. And looking at page 13 of that study, it basically gives you a weighted average and I quote you, the recommended student generation rates by school level, housing type, and number of bedrooms are shown on figure 9. It basically says for elementary students, the weighted average is 0.25 students. Other type of housing is 0.28. Middle school students, weighted average 0.08, with all other housing types 0.06. High school students per household, weighted average 0.14, with a weighted average of 0.12. The total students per household using weighted average is 0.47. What I'm basically saying to you is your study indicates that from these 2 lots, the maximum will probably be, because this is generation across the board. We're not saying this is these specific 2 lots, because this existed before the 2 lots existed. But the generation is 1 student, 0.47 to 0.47. Again, going back to, in all likelihood, in the near future, it's going to be 0. Because these homes are very likely to be used for something other than year-round residential. When we looked at, and you remember I asking 2 quick questions of Ms. Turner, she was kind enough to provide to me information of the October 2024 enrollment on all of your schools. And I would ask that this be introduced into evidence and ask you to take judicial notice of this.
Okay.
And this basically says that for the Jarvisburg Elementary, which is where I understand from what I've been told the present students go to. I know there was a question, once the bridge is brought in, where are they going to go? And I don't know the answer to that. That's going to be a decision you and the school board are going to make at some future date. Hopefully soon, but it's going to be a while. But Jarvisburg Elementary has capacity for 288. Its present enrollment is 218. So elementary is not an issue. The middle school, Currituck Middle School, is where I understand these are likely to go to, is 540, and its present enrollment is 438. And frankly, your high school is a lot more difficult. You got two high schools, Currituck and Knapp, and what I understand, and I'm certainly can be corrected, who goes where is more dependent upon their capabilities than it is anything else of the student. There, you have a total of 50, and I'm using both high schools, you have a total of 1,500, and the 2024 enrollment is 1,349. We're talking about putting one more student in at most, based on your study, into these schools. Whether that's a elementary school, whether it's middle school or high school, I don't know. And again, to be a little bit repetitive, it's very likely in the near future it'll be zero, given the type of area that this is presently located in. The question arose about DOT. I did a title search on the property in question. I can tell you that DOT bought the piece that was shaded. My understanding from a conversation that I had with them, this is 2 years ago now basically, that they had no other intent to acquire any additional properties, even though they have chosen this as the landing site. Part of the reason being is they're going to come off straight down, as you may have noted, and when they come down, they took land across the highway so they can create the turns, so they don't need this. The bottom line is, from the perspective of my client, is this development was shown on the plats for phase 2 as land to be developed. So it was known that development was going to occur here. Anybody buying in once you got to phase 2 of the subdivision. Secondly, we've given you expert testimony that we're in compliance with your ordinance and not endangering the public health or safety. In fact, we're going to add to the public safety by putting the walkway around the cul-de-sac. It's in harmony with the area. It's a subdivision. It's in conformity with the land use plan, and we are not negatively impacting your schools. And we would respectfully request that you grant SUP. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. All right. This is a public hearing, and we do still have public comment for anyone that has any direct testimony to offer the Board of Commissioners. And at this time, I'll open the public comment portion of this hearing. I don't have anyone signed up. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak to this tonight? Seeing no one, I will close the public comment. And is there any further questions for the county staff or the applicant? All right. Then I guess it's up to us to take action on this tonight. And since it's my district, I will, if there's no further discussion from the board, I will move to approve PB 87-56 Monterey Shores PUD Crawl Bay preliminary plat / special use permit because the applicant has demonstrated the proposed use meets the review standards of the UDO. This special use permit will not endanger the public health or safety. It will not injure the value of adjoining or abutting lands and be in harmony with the area in which it is located. The use will be in conformity with the land use plan or other officially adopted plans. Imagine Currituck 2040 vision plan lays those out on pages 5 and 6 in the agenda packet, and so I will note those as part of the motion. The use will not exceed the county's ability to provide adequate public school facilities. So I have a
I'll second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion from the board? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, hearing none, it carries unanimously. Thank you. And would anyone like
Take five-
recess
yeah,
before we
can
jump
take
into
a-
the next one?
take a five,
Okay,
real
we'll
quick.
take a brief recess before we jump into the next item. Thank you. All right, everyone, we're going to call the meeting back into order and proceed. Next up is
63.
64.
Yeah.
63.
Next up, PB 24-19 for Farm is a conditional mixed-use residential. The request for an amended conditional rezoning to remove conditional general business zoning district and amend conditional mixed residential zoning district for 224.14 acres to add up to 252 multifamily units, modify the commercial parcel configuration, and construct a roundabout at Survey Road. The application will result in an overall density of 2.49 dwelling units per acre. The request will amend the Imagine Currituck 2040 vision plan and feature land use map from G2 to G3. The property is located on Survey Road, tax map 15, parcel 85D and 85E in the Mayock Township. Good evening again, Ms. Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just to orient everyone to the site, it's here, the Flora Farm site, this parcel here. This was the Flora commercial piece. We have Foss Development, as well as Eagle Creek, Mayock Middle. I think we're familiar with the location of this particular development. On the zoning map, you can see that there's the Flora Farm piece that's zone conditional mixed residential, and then the piece in the front here is zone conditional general business. The land use plan does classify the site as G2, although when this particular piece, the commercial piece, was rezoned for the commercial use, that rezoning actually had the effect of amending the land use plan. So this 22.19 acres is G3. The property is within the Moyock Small Area Plan boundary, and you can see that the front portion of the property is designated full service in that plan, the rear limited service, and I'll go over some of the details of that with respect to density in a moment. So this is the approved master plan for the Flora Farm piece that was approved by the board in March of 2021. It allows for 277 single-family dwelling lots, 7,500 square feet of neighborhood, commercial, and associated amenities. And then this is the approved commercial general business, conditional general business. So you can see there was the anchor store and some outbuildings and a shopping center, and Flora Boulevard being here. So now to the request. The applicant wants to retain the existing conditional zoning approval for the Flora Farm piece, the 277 single-family residential lots. There is a proposed roundabout here at Survey Road, so there's some reconfiguration of traffic patterns. And the applicant will retain non-residential uses adjacent to the highway here with a slightly modified parcel boundary. And here is a closer look at the area proposed for the garden apartments. The applicant's requesting up to 252 multifamily units, which are being referred to as garden apartments, which are like a smaller apartment. They're subject to the multifamily design standards of the ordinance, and the applicant did submit conceptual building designs that are in your agenda packet as well as in the presentation this evening. and I'll show you those in a moment. The application also has retained the up to 7,500 square feet of non-residential uses allowed in the MXR. MXR has some limited commercial uses, and those that development area will be subject to the non-residential design standards of the ordinance. And here is just a comparison so you can see the roadway change, how Survey Road comes in now versus the proposed roundabout change. So the ordinance was amended for mixed residential zoning district earlier this year in May 26th to allow conditional mixed residential districts to basically pull density off of an entire tract of land. So previously the ordinance had specific densities for land areas that were designated commercial or single family or multifamily, and there were densities associated with each use. And that text amendment allows in conditional MXR that's on water and wastewater, that centralized water and wastewater, that they can pull density off of entire tract of land subject to that zoning district. And so that's what the request here is for. You can see they are proposing to connect to county water. They're proposing to connect to Eagle Creek's wastewater treatment plant, which is private sewer, which is currently under moratorium. Staff did receive an email from David May of the state, which is stated in the staff report in your agenda packet that the August 13th was the date of that indicates that progress continues to be made with getting the plant back in shape. And I'm sure the applicant has additional details for you tonight on the plant and what shape that's in currently. The stormwater is already designed for the subdivision, for the single family portion of the subdivision. And you can see here they're proposing some additional stormwater basins along Survey Road. There's adequate public school facilities, which is something that the board may consider. According to the staff report and the Tischler study calculations or generation rates, there's capacity available or planned for the 252 additional units. And then looking at the multifamily portion of the property, and which is really, the change affects the whole piece of property, the whole Flora farm and the commercial, but the bulk of the actual changes to the plan are here on this 22.19 acre parcel. So you can see that there's multiple apartment buildings, there's a clubhouse, pool, a playground, there's these game lawns and pavilions around, as well as a dog park, which I think is here. And there's internal and external pedestrian circulation. There's a sidewalk out here along Survey Road and along Flora Boulevard. These are the conceptual elevations provided by the applicant that are also in your agenda packet. Okay, so getting to the density and land use plan and small area plan consistency, the property is within Moyock small area plan. A portion is full service, a portion's limited service. About 90 acres in the full service area and 134 acres are in the limited service area. So if we look at the maximum envisioned density of that Moyock small area plan, you can see that it's approximately 480 dwelling units per acre based on the Moyock small area plan, taking in the maximum densities of the Moyock small area plan, full service and limited service designations in the land area in each part. Then in the Imagine Currituck 2040 vision plan, this is showing you the G3 change to the commercial piece. And then the rest of the property is in the G2 designation. So the maximum envisioned density of the Imagine Currituck plan would be there's approximately, oh, there's this other piece across the street here that's part of this, that's also in the G3, so it's a little more than the 22.19. But it's 24.5 acres approximately, times 3 is 73 dwelling units. On the G2, it's almost 200 acres, so it's 399 dwelling units for a total maximum density of 472 dwelling units per acre based on the current future land use map. And then a maximum density permitted with the change to that future land use map from G2 to G3 for the entire project area would result in 672 dwelling units as a maximum. And the request, if approved, will update the future land use map if the full density is approved. So the requested density is the existing 277 dwelling units plus 252 multifamily units for a total of 529 dwelling units, which is 2.49 dwelling units per acre, which is consistent with what's allowed with the conditional mixed residential zoning. These policies of the land use plan are in your agenda packet. Again, policies related to land use, infrastructure and county services, transportation, environment policies, parks and rec policies, some policies specific to the general northern mainland, MOYOC, and the G2 and G3 transects. And then there's a community vision statement that relates to new development, offers a wide range of housing choices and is compatible with the surroundings by providing connectivity between neighborhoods and amenities such as walkways and water access, and the county maintains appropriate development densities and discourages encroachment into areas that impact natural assets, and development occurs in areas adequately served by county infrastructure or occurs concurrently with planned infrastructure improvements. And then there's a guiding principle for economic prosperity and resilience. In reviewing and deciding this request, these are the standards that the board may consider. Whether the amendment is in compliance or if these standards are relevant to your decision. The board may determine that the request is reasonable and in the public interest by determining the size and location of the property is appropriate for the proposed use, and the request provides a needed housing alternative in the MOYOC sub-area of the northern mainland. The TRC recommended approval of the request, conditional approval of the request, and suggested that the board should determine whether the land use map should be amended for the density change that's being requested, the total density. The planning board recommended approval of the additional 252 multifamily units, which amends the future land use map with the conditions that the TRC suggested, which were that the prior conditions of approval will remain, proposed conditions will become conditions of approval, and the development of the property shall conform to the approved conceptual development plan and master plan. And the proposed conditions for the multifamily development are here at the bottom of your screen and also in your agenda packet. That a maximum of 252 units are permitted, arranged generally as shown on the conceptual development plan. The proposed clubhouse, pool, and playground will be constructed with the first phase of the multifamily development. Game lawns, grill pavilions, and dog park amenities will be installed in proportion to the construction of additional buildings. That multifamily buildings will be constructed in substantial conformance with the submitted building elevations and descriptions provided. Then there's some phasing conditions, that the earliest date of issuance of a CO for phase 1, 5 18-unit multifamily buildings is July 1, 2026. And the earliest date for phase 2, which is 5 18-unit multifamily buildings, is July 1, 2028. And then the third phase, which is 4 18-unit multifamily buildings, is July 1, 2030. And those are conditions agreed to by the applicant. And that concludes my presentation on this application. I'd be happy to answer any questions at this time.
Jenny, could you back up about 10 slides? I think you had a map that showed kind of the old and the new, what the existing development looked like. It was before the.
Do you mean the current?
Okay, yeah.
This is the proposed.
This is a proposed. So we get in the proposed development, and I read all this stuff over the weekend, and I still. So is the proposed development getting more homes, or is it staying the same as what's on the ground proposed, the current approved? Is it picking up more homes?
Right, so currently what's approved is 277 single-family dwellings.
Okay,
And what they're asking for is to keep the 277 single-family dwellings and add up to 252 apartments.
right, okay, want to make sure. So, why does that require a change of the map from a G2 to a G3? Because what's already there, the commercial partial is G3 already, or
Well,
is
it's
proposing to
G3
be?
as of your decision to rezone it to the
And
commercial.
so it's so when we approved this, it was under the old land use plan, not the 2040.
Well, when you
2040.
approved Flora, that was 2021, March 2021 initially, and I believe that was under the prior plan. But when
Right.
you approved the rezoning of the commercial piece, that was under the current plan.
Right,
But the reason that needed to amend the future land use map was because what the development that was proposed was more consistent with the G3 transect than the G2 transect.
okay.
And the issue now is that the transects of the land use plan have maximum densities associated with them, and those
Right.
densities are also further limited by sub-areas of the county. So
Mhm.
it's the land use map and the sub-area. And so for consistency with the request, the land use plan map needs to also be amended to G3.
Right. Okay. Just wanted to, you hit on it so fast, I want to make sure everyone understood what was going on. So.
Could you repeat those numbers again? So in March of 2021, it was 277 single-family homes on that piece of land. The total.
On the Flora tract, yes, on the Flora farm.
And they're proposing what now?
So on this piece right here, 252 garden apartments, multifamily units.
For a total of 529.
So the overall density is going from 1.37 dwelling units per acre to 2.49 dwelling units per acre over the entire tract. It's kind of similar to a planned unit development that has a master plan, and the density is calculated over the mass land area, excluding wetlands.
Okay.
So the total's 529.
Yes.
529 dwelling
Mm-hmm.
units.
Compared to 277.
And then, I guess the thing I'm you need to fast forward again. You put in there some of the consistency stuff, that this actually matched the vision statement. So I just want to pull those up again and
Can I ask a question before she does that?
Too late.
What's that?
Good.
there it
This?
is. So I just, while I'm on this track,
Okay.
Kevin. So the 2040 vision plan, the community vision statement actually, I'm saying this because it's kind of incredulous, that this new development would offer a wide range of housing choices and is compatible with its surrounding by providing connectivity between neighborhoods and amenities. So this vision statement and what the applicant is proposing actually, if at first blush, actually meets the community vision statement. Do you feel like that's an accurate portrayal of that? I'm saying that because it's kind of incredulous that.
Well, I mean, I think there's also there's the next sentence, which is that the county maintains appropriate development densities and discourages encroachment into areas impact natural assets, and that development occurs in areas adequately served by county infrastructure or occurs concurrently with planned infrastructure improvements. So I would say that the board should consider the whole statement.
Right. Okay, because that's in there, the Imagine Currituck 2040 Vision Plan, could you talk just for a second about how that came about? Like what went into creating these vision statements and community vision statements and the countless, it was years.
Yeah, I mean, it was a years-long process with a committee and multiple public meetings, multiple committee meetings. There were individual meetings within the different communities of the county as well. Online survey. There was a lot of public input that went into the plan.
Okay. Thank you. Kevin?
Ms. Turner, the parcel where, hold on, let me see which page I'm on. Let me scroll down. On page 75, the little square parcel in the top left. I don't even know if she can scroll
I don't
on
know
up.
if I have 75, but I'm gonna go to my map if that's okay.
The G3 spot right there, where you're at on that page in the top left. Is that was that the parcel that was,
This one?
yeah, was that the parcel that was previously where John Flora had a home? And I didn't know how many acres that was. And that might be a question for the
That's
developer.
21.99 acres according to the application. I'm not sure if he had a home there or not.
He did. I mean, that was torn down. Well, I didn't know. I knew there was additional, the initial Flora thing was 200 and some acres, and I didn't know how much acreage that was added to it. That's where I was going at, but that might be a question for the developer.
Yeah, it's 21.99 acres are being added to the original.
200 and whatever it was.
Well, this was actually part of the original request. It was just a business, was it not? That's where the commercial area was proposed?
When you say
No.
part of the original request,
Well,
what do you mean?
what is it currently approved? Right, they have a,
So there were two requests. There was Flora Farm, which was conditional mixed residential, and then later there was Flora Commercial.
right.
So it was part of Flora Commercial, not part
Right,
of Flora
right.
Farm.
Well, but yeah, the two are kind of intertwined because it's all Flora at the end of the day. It's Flora commercial, it's Flora this, it's, in my mind, if you called it something else, it would mean more, right?
Well, I just think there's two zoning decisions that happen very independent, well, possibly independently. I mean, there's a completely different zoning district for this parcel currently than the rest of Flora Farm.
Okay.
So it wasn't
And that's probably what's
done in the
confusing the
same
issue. We're talking
meeting.
about both of them, right? But,
Right.
okay.
It's an amendment, and it's amending both for the reason of they need the density of Flora Farm to pull onto the front parcel there.
There you go. Okay. Now it makes sense. Thank you.
Yeah, that's why the whole thing has to be part of it, and therefore the whole thing needs to be amended on the future land use map, so the densities are consistent with Imagine Currituck.
And that whole top part is 22 point, you said 22 point some acres?
22.99 acres. I may have said 19.
23 basically.
I'm sorry, 21.99 acres.
22, all right, cool.
Right.
Thanks.
New math's 22.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. All right, anything else?
When we get back to the vision plan, and you talk about needing housing choices, when we changed it to the general business, it was because we said we needed grocery stores. Is that not correct? If I remember correctly, the whole board except for Selena voted in favor of it. I did because we were told we needed grocery stores, commercial.
Is that a question or
I'm not sure. I don't know if I was at that hearing.
Well, yeah, I think the original proposal, the applicant, and they could probably speak to that, envisioned that this was gonna be a commercial development with a grocery store in it, that we have the plat showing the renderings of what they were trying to do there. And I guess they'll speak to that when they come up here. How's that? Get them to clarify.
Jenny, if this was just, if you didn't lump this all together in one big 529 dwelling unit conglomeration, what would if we rezoned that separately from the rest of the Flora Farms, what would the density be like? If we rezone just that, what would they be eligible for as far as density on a tract that size?
Well, the maximum that the ordinance allows is up to 3 dwelling units per acre.
So
So it'd
instead
be
of
about 66 units.
200 and some change, well, that's from the other, instead of the 200 that it's going to add, what would they get then? How many?
It depends because well, depend on their plan, because in order to get the full 3 dwelling units per acre in a conditional mixed residential, you have to have, I believe it's a mix of non-residential and
Different than just that one parcel right there.
multifamily and possibly single-family dwellings.
So that would force them to have some commercial component in there as well, right? Not just housing?
I believe so. Let me put my eyes on the.
Oh, they want the whole
zoning
thing,
district.
or not just doing this?
And that's why they kept the commercial over here.
That they can get
density there.
So it wouldn't be spot zoning.
So the text amendment that was approved said that for conditional MXR developments with centralized wastewater and county water supply that include a mix of multifamily dwellings and single-family dwellings, overall maximum gross density may be increased to 3 dwelling units per acre based on the total land area of the conditional mixed residential tract. So to your, I misspoke about the commercial piece. It's multifamily dwellings and single-family dwellings. So they would need both types of dwelling units in order to get the maximum 3 dwelling units per acre. So that's why I say it would just be a design. I couldn't tell you exactly how many they could get. It'd probably be less than 66 because
Well,
of
that's
design
what, yeah.
constraints.
So it would definitely be less than 66 and considerably less than the 200, whatever apartments that are going there now.
Right, if it was only based on the
Okay.
approximately
All
22
right,
acre
thank
parcel.
you.
Okay. Anything further for Jenny? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Can we go back to that screen? I do have one question.
Which one?
I do it to the screen we were on. I was asking Commissioner Beaumont. Sorry. Okay. On that screen, I guess would be my far right, this little spot here that has a couple buildings on there.
Right here?
Yeah, the piece out there.
Yeah, so that's the commercial piece. This is Survey Road currently.
Yeah.
So that's that little giblet that was G3. That's part of the Flora farm. The first rezoning decision. I can go back to, let's go back to the original Flora farm one. See it out here, Kev?
Yes.
Commissioner McCord, sorry.
It's fine. So there's still two, or is it still 2 or 3 buildings on that?
There's a couple buildings out there, and I think that it could become more buildings or fewer buildings. There's a maximum square footage, so basically just being cited similar to the conceptual development plan. They're not pinned down, so you have to do 2 buildings or 3 buildings. Like, it's just they can't exceed the 7,500 square feet of commercial and need to comply with the ordinance regulations as well as the use regulations.
Yeah, and then we moved it up. Yeah, thank you.
I clicked off, sorry. You still done with me?
Oh, yeah, I'm
Okay.
done.
I didn't know if there were.
No, sorry,
All right.
yeah.
Discussing
I thought you
with the-
walked off. I was
Yes,
just thinking everything through in my head and organizing it.
All right, let me get to their PowerPoint here.
Thank you, Jenny.
Yeah. Maybe. All right.
Go. All right. Good evening, Ms. Schroeder. It's been a while. How are you?
I'm doing fine. I hope you all are. It's good to see you all again. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Jamie Schwadler with Parker Poe, here on behalf of the applicant on a site that you've seen many times before. I'm joined tonight by Justin Old as well as Mark Bissell, who will go into some of the details of the plan. But we're also joined tonight by Matt Laffler with Venture Realty and John Bouchard with Bouchard Homes. There's been some great questions tonight from the board, from the audience on why the change, how the change has occurred, what the community would like to see in the future. These gentlemen have decades of experience of dealing with changes just like this, when the market does something that you didn't predict, and how to still deliver important commercial services and rooftops to serve those commercial services as we go forward. You're familiar with the site, of course. It's on Survey Road in Moyock, close to 168. We've highlighted the 2 different parcels here because the yellow parcel shows the Flora commercial, what Jenny was just referring to as that 22-acre site, and then the Flora the Flora Farms in the green shown below, which is the 202 acres. The site that's shown in red is actually an opportunity for commercial development. It's not a part of this request, but the gentleman with us here tonight will explain how approving this request can make that commercial opportunity more of a reality than it is today. We talked a lot about the previous history of this case, and this 22-acre site has had quite a bit of history. Starting in 2019, when this parcel was not part of the FOST development, it was not part of the Flora development, but it was a 22-acre parcel that was offered to the county to develop a school site. At that point, you might recall that there were some challenges with school capacity and the systems. We were trying to do what this applicant has always done, bring solutions to the board that provide housing options, but also solve real problems. He's done it before with drainage. He's done it before with school capacity. And this was one other step to try to bring an option to the board. The county decided not to go forward with that parcel and end up going forward with Tulls Creek, which, as you know, is supposed to deliver in October of next year. And so when that 22-acre parcel was not pursued for development, we developed Flora Farm with the single-family residential that Jenny spoke of earlier. So that's your 277 single-family lots, the 750 square feet or 7,500 square feet of neighborhood commercial units, and that's not changing. At that point in time, that 22-acre parcel was not part of the Flora Farm development, and so we went forward 2 years later in Flora Commercial 2023 with that conditional general business district on that 22-acre parcel that the board decided not to develop for a school.
Can I just go back one statement you made earlier?
Yes, sir.
Regarding the 22 acres for the school, you said the county decided not to. I believe, wasn't it the Board of Education decided not to go forward?
No, what happened was we denied that subdivision
But did
request where the 22 acres had been earmarked for school use. So with the defeat of that request.
So the Board of Education did not choose that spot, then they went to the Tulls Creek location.
Because that was no longer available.
Option or
And
location.
if you remember, the county manager at the time said not to encumber your school lot with a subdivision that may or may not pass.
And that got pulled out, and then the Board of Education decided to look elsewhere at that point.
Well, because it was not available.
Available for that.
really
Okay. I just wanted to, okay.
was us,
Okay,
yeah.
I'm sorry. I needed some
It-
clarification. I'm sorry. Okay.
Yeah, it didn't look good either. The
Okay.
optics were not
That-
good
yeah, okay.
on that. So.
Yeah, and I don't mean to confuse the obligations of this board with the Board of Education, but
No,
the
I
offer
was just,
the
I
offer
wanted
was
some
made.
clarification, so that's all I was just trying to get. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think it's an important part of the story, not to throw shade on anyone, but to explain how the history of this site has developed over time. There were expectations where, we thought it was going to develop one way. That didn't happen. We had to pivot and go for the commercial 2 years later in 2023, where we sought permission to develop 120,000 square feet of non-residential floor area on that 22-acre site. So that was a pivot that we chose to make because that option wasn't available, and brought that 22 acres forward separately on its own. And so you can see that area highlighted there at the top of the screen. That was approved because in 2023, we did have an intent to develop that for a commercial parcel. But the gentleman will explain how that the issues that were present in 2023 and trying to attract the tenants that we believed would be here for a grocery did not pan out in the way that we thought. And so we're back before you with the rezoning request tonight in order to try to make good use of this 22-acre parcel to put it to its final use with a multifamily development that will then free us up to pursue another site, the site that I showed you with the red star for another commercial opportunity. Now, these, as the chairman said before, these aren't promises. These are what these gentlemen do for a living. They take risks with their own private money to deliver public services, grocery stores, roads, providing the ways for infrastructure and drainage to be improved throughout the county. And it's something that they have invested a tremendous amount of money and time in and are earnest in their efforts. But they can't guarantee exactly how that will pan out in terms of when those tenants will be attracted. All they can do is prime those sites for the services that this community needs and the community has expressed that it wants, and try to deliver those. And so
Who owns that piece of property?
the applicant owns it. It does.
Current applicant,
Correct. The 22-acre piece you're asking about?
Oh, the starred
No,
piece.
the one with the star.
Oh, Okay, sorry. The applicant owns the site that we're requesting to be included in the development today, the 22 acres plus the 202. It is not able to enter into a contract for that Star site until this is approved. And so approving this case and allowing this to go forward as a multifamily development will free it up to pursue another contract on a site that's more viable, has direct access to 168, has direct visibility to 168, in the same way that commercial area that Jenny showed you earlier has prime access and visibility on 168.
I'm confused. Who owns the Star?
We have a contract on it. We're the contractual owners.
They have it under contract.
But they don't
Own it, yeah.
They don't own the area with the star. Does that answer your question? Okay, thank you. And so to clear up, I think we talked a little bit about the density. I just want to make sure it's clear. The total density on this would go to 2.49 dwelling units per acre, but I want you to think about that and how the history of the site has developed. We had the 1.7, I believe, or 1.37 units per acre on the Flora Farm when we had the ability to do 120,000 square feet of commercial and intense commercial use. Now we're asking to combine the two and come in at a 2.49 dwelling units per acre, which is consistent with the text amendment you approved less than 6 months ago, which is to allow developments that combine multifamily and single family with an overall density calculations that is less than 3 units per acre. So we're not only consistent with that change to your UDO, but then this would bring it into consistency with what that current site is designated with the G3, and I'll get to that in a second. Based on the discussion at the planning board, they recommended approval 4-2. And there was a discussion about how this lot has changed over time. Jenny did a great job in showing what that Flora Farm, the original request, entailed, which is shown on your screen. Again, the commercial there is left for the 7,500 square feet of commercial that is in a viable place, that is visible, that's right on 168 and has direct access to roads and potential customers. But what we found is that the 22-acre site that we have entitled for commercial just is not viable. We have not been able to attract tenants to that site. It does not have the same visibility. It does not have the same attractiveness. And so the impact of not being able to go forward with this case is not that you would be able to force a developer to build commercial. No one's going to build commercial that's not viable. What it's going to do is going to sit as it is today, vacant, and it'll prevent us from going forward on the piece that we're under contract where we actually can deliver that commercial piece. Here's the layout of that commercial as it sits today. And despite that general interest, we have not been able to secure that tenant to move forward. I'd like to hand it now off to Mark, who will go through the specifics of the plan, and then he'll hand it to Mr. Matt Lafler to describe a little bit about their efforts, and I'll close with some consistency discussion.
Thank you. Thanks, JB. Good evening, Mark.
Good evening.
One question for you before you jump into your presentation.
Sure.
So this 22 acres, and I was asking Jenny, and I wasn't getting to it quite the right way. Was it originally part of the overall tract and it was cut out to create the school system? So it was part of the overall.
It was part of the original Flora Farm.
Okay.
But,
and it was carved out with the intent that a school would go there, right? Okay. I knew I had that plugged in somewhere in the back of my mind. So thank you.
Right. Okay. But then because of that, it wasn't part of the.
Right. It wasn't reincorporated into
the subdivision approval.
Right. Okay.
But as you see here, this is the overall plan that includes the 22 acres. And as Jenny said, we're keeping the 277 single-family detached lots the way they were before. There's one change, though, that's real important, and that is the addition of this roundabout, which, there's this commercial tract that's been part of the development all along, but the commercial developers that we've talked to said this site, in order to be viable, needs better access. So we came up with the idea of putting this roundabout here that provides a more direct access here to Currituck Highway, and that makes this site viable. And it actually helps the traffic on Survey Road in a lot of different ways. So that's the main change to the commercial or to the residential development is the addition of this roundabout and reconfiguration of Survey Road there. And then it just gives you a little different, about the same acres, but a slightly modified site configuration for the commercial site. So looking at the details of the multifamily plan, again, it's 252 garden-style apartments. It's about 143 fewer than would be allowable by the zoning. And we actually had an earlier plan with 336 units that were proposed. And we've cut that down to 252, which just seemed to work better on the site. So it's being done in 14 buildings, each with 18 apartments that range from 1 to 3 bedrooms. The site is highly amenitized with amenities to be developed with each building. And those amenities include a clubhouse, a swimming pool, event and gathering areas, game lawns. You see several of those around the site, fire pits, playgrounds, a number of enclosed garages and storage areas, enclosed central trash area, dog parks, and stormwater again will be managed to the 100-year storm event. Traffic impact has been significantly reduced, and you should have a memo in your packet from a traffic engineer from Kimley Horn who compared the multifamily plan to this plan. And I need to point out that that plan was actually based on the earlier 336 units, which has now been cut down to 252. So the traffic impact is actually overstated. It'll be right at 75% of what's in the report. So this is going from 6,944 daily trips down to now 1,673, or less than, than a quarter.
Mark, while you're on that subject, do you know, or have you guys had any conversations with DOT? Would there be a stoplight required at 168 now, or 158, 168?
They believe that a traffic will be warranted there, not right now, but eventually.
Okay. So in those cases, the developer would not put that in. DOT would install that, or would they require the developer to put that in?
Typically, DOT looks to the developer to fund something like that.
Okay. The amenities in here.
But they won't actually allow it until it's warranted.
Right, right, yeah. They don't want to slow traffic down. God forbid you get out of a neighborhood. Are the amenities in here, do you envision them going for use for everyone, or is it just for the apartments?
It's primarily for the apartments. Okay. There may be events that other people are invited to. I'm sure there would be, but these are really designed for the 252 units. And that's kind of how they're masked. And the other thing I should point out about the amenities is that they're front-loaded. This is being developed in 3 phases, but the clubhouse and the swimming pool and some of the other amenities are going in with the first phase.
Okay.
Peak hour traffic is dropping from 536 to 124. So again, about a quarter of the traffic that was being generated by that commercial plan. And, of course, the other commercial site has direct access to 168 rather than the traffic all being on Survey Road.
Right.
The buildings are subject to the multifamily design elements and standards. They have high-quality materials proposed, and some of those are James Hardie siding, architectural shingles, these full-height stone mixed with these stone water table elements, PVC trim, low E windows and doors, timber protect decking with vinyl rails. And, you know, one of the things is that the primary entrances are facing the roads, have an oversized porch with a metal roofing covering. And you'll see that the parking is interior to the site. So from the roads, you're going to see a landscaped area rather than a parking lot.
Could you back up a couple to the, there you go. So building A, building B, M and L, those are the ones that are going to pretty much face the highway and
Right.
Survey Road.
Right, so
Will those eastward walls that face the ponds now, will those be, that's going to be the back of the building versus the front of the building, or the front of, what reveal are we going to see?
They'll actually have dual fronts.
Right.
Okay.
So each side will look
I
like
just want to
a
make
front.
sure, because when you're flipping through, you've got what appears to be a back that's
Yeah.
quite a bit different than the front, right?
Let's see if I can get back to, actually, I can't get a, can't I, Jenny, to yours?
Now he's done it.
Now you're,
Now you're in trouble.
I didn't really mean to do that. Sorry.
The ethics awareness.
you're going to scroll down a minute.
All right.
Yeah, keep on going. You're on Jenny's part. There. Okay. That's what I'm asking. What will we see from the
That's
street?
the front
basically?
and the back.
Right.
So
The front and back are
there's the
going to be
front.
near identical.
There's the street side,
Okay.
and there's the parking side.
Great. Thank you. That's what I was trying to get to, so we could fully understand.
Full screen.
You have completely
I was
broken
about to
down.
reach out.
Are you trying to get back to yours?
No, I'm
No
back.
praying, Mark, I'm sorry.
Stop. All right.
Oh, okay.
It's getting worse.
He zigged when he should have zagged.
It's a-
I want to flip it.
Okay.
Only the teleprompter was still working.
Clap your hands,
Hey, when the
Mark.
teleprompter breaks.
All right.
Okay. All right. So anyway, it has these nice architectural features, the reverse gable dormers, you know, massing limited and so forth. Any other questions about the building? So for zoning conditions, the drainage conditions under 1 remain unchanged, extending Roland Creek to the Eagle Creek Pump Station. And there is an agreement with Eagle Creek to have that done, or at least a verbal agreement. Making improvements to the drainage ditch that runs along the common boundary between Fost and Brumsey property, and I should go back to show you what that is. That is drainage improvements along this area and some in here. Performing stormwater modeling to manage the 100-year storm event. And we have done a model, of course, to govern that shows that for the existing development, and that model will be expanded to include this particular development. Condition 2 regarding the single-family phasing is essentially the same. We would like to ask for 2 changes to that. One is that the first phase, it says should not contain more than 55 lots. There are actually 57 lots in that phase, and so under the current condition, 2 of those lots wouldn't be able to go to record. And we would like to ask that to be changed to 57 lots so that it covers the entire phase. In condition 2C, just the part that says in any event no sooner than January 1 of 2023, that just probably needs to come out because these actually can't go to record, won't be going to record before 2025.
Okay.
And anyway, then condition 3 regarding the private wastewater treatment plant. And I know there was in your packet a memo from David May with DEQ saying that good progress is being made. We also had provided a report to the planning board showing that significant improvements have been made to that plant, and I'd be glad to go through that if you're interested.
I think it's important to understand, obviously, we've had a lot of problems with that wastewater treatment plant. Lawsuits are flying, DEQ is suing the owners, and certainly Eagle Creek has endured some horrendous stuff through other times. So, and one of the questions is, it seemed when you guys did FOSS that there was going to be some area of FOSS made available for that wastewater treatment plant. Is that still the plan?
That is still the plan.
Okay. And what does that look like in terms of when that will be available to them if needed?
That's actually under design.
It is? Okay. All right.
It's the expansion of the plant.
So Currituck Water and Sewer, which is the current owner of the facility, actually took title to it just a little over 6 months ago. And so then that's when they started putting real money into it, and they've spent a lot of money. They have removed vegetation and trees from the irrigation and infiltration ponds. They have installed the staff gauges, and a lot of these are things that were required by DEQ and other things that they're just doing on their own. They have replaced the traveling bridge filter with a new, more modern type of filter that has been installed. Startup is pending. They have installed new blowers. They have replaced the headworks and bar screen. They have cleaned out the tanks in the system. They have repaired a clarifier that wasn't working right. They have replaced the irrigation heads in the irrigation system. They have a new irrigation pump station on the way. They have purchased an additional UV disinfection equipment that is now on site, and they've completed repairs to the building. As you indicated, or you asked me about that additional site over at FOST is under design and should be permitted within the next few months. Okay. And there's a pipeline that has actually been constructed part of the way over there to be able to handle, take effluent from the current plant over to the new site.
Okay.
As far as the collection system, which was the system that really had the problems, they have completed replacing the non-functioning mainline valves on the vacuum system. They have provided spare vacuum pumps and sewage pumps on site. They have provided spare controllers and valves. They have completed the pedestal installation that was begun by Sandler Utilities. They are almost complete with a new monitoring system. They are almost complete with changing out the controller and valves to FlowVac controllers and valves. And as I indicated, the vacuum station is in the process of being upgraded, and that's scheduled to be completed by the year end, or to be delivered by the end of the year.
Okay.
Are they still on the moratorium then?
There were certain milestones that needed to be met, and I think some of those need to be met this month, and I think that they are hopefully going to hit those targets, and that will result in the moratorium being lifted.
But currently, it's still under a moratorium.
I believe so.
Thank you.
Hey, Mark, I have a question.
They're also maintaining a vacuum truck on site now so that they can respond rapidly to any of those kinds of problems.
Yeah, it's in there every day.
Yeah.
Mark, I have a question. That huge area that was cleared out, we talked about that earlier. Did they pump some water to that too, as well as the golf course? On Eagle Creek, behind the site, and you may not know. That might not be a question for you.
It's like 15 acres.
How many, what is it?
Was it 15?
It's 15 or 18, I think. I mean, I know, like, far as the pumping of
You
the
had
water,
mentioned
the golf
clearing
course,
vegetation.
clearing vegetation. I mean, I know the golf course can take
yeah.
so much water, and I know there's like that huge acreage.
Yeah,
I believe that's why I was just curious. I'd heard that, but I just wanted to confirm it.
What I was talking about was the original infiltration pond that had gotten overgrown and it hadn't really been maintained in, 20-some years, and it had trees growing around it, and it kind of
That was all
silted
cleared
in,
out.
and that was cleared out, and yeah, there is additional acreage over there that could be potentially used for additional disposal.
Yeah, I think they do, but I'm not positive. I think they do pump some stuff out there. Gets back DEQ.
All right, thank you.
And any more questions for me?
Oh, that was it? Okay, all right. Anything further from Mr. Bissell?
Not at the moment. Oh,
Not at the
sorry.
moment?
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Kitty did, I'm sorry.
You're talking about the increase of, I guess, 277 apartments.
Right.
So most apartments would probably have 2 cars. How are you gonna handle the parking in that area?
Oh, the parking has been handled, it is shown at about 2 units.
Parking or something in one of the,
Yeah, here it
go
is.
back one.
Here it is. Yeah, this
So
is actually showing a little bit more than 2 parking spaces per dwelling unit. Does that also provide some visitor parking?
Okay, I thought the slide before that said limited parking.
No, we were limiting parking to be interior rather than, on the outside of the buildings.
So the roundabout that is there at the commercial end, is the developer constructing that, or is NCDOT constructing that?
The developer intends to construct that with phase 2 of the Foss residential development that's currently under development.
So what's the holdup with NCDOT approving that then? Because it says in the agenda packet that it has not yet been approved by NCDOT.
They approved the concept of it at a preliminary plan. They just haven't issued the final construction permit yet. They are currently reviewing the actual details of the construction in terms of the final geometry, where the walkways are located and those kinds of things. And we believe that will be officially approved very soon.
So you're saying they approved the roundabout, they just haven't approved the design yet?
They haven't approved the actual construction drawing.
Okay.
To allow it to go under construction.
You said, and you're anticipating that happening with phase what, and Foss itself?
No, phase 2 of Flora. Phase 1.
He said
A.
You said Foss. I think you.
I'm sorry.
All right, just making sure. I thought we were well past
Didn't make
phase 2 and
sense,
Foss,
but
right?
Phase 2 of Foss is already directed.
Got it.
So I know it's in the agenda packet. Explain for anybody who's listening what a garden apartment is. That term's been used a lot.
It's basically a smaller building. It's not a huge building like you see up at Edinburgh. It's really the.
So how many units per? What?
There would be 6 units per floor and 3 floors in a typical building.
Okay. And those would all be 3-bedroom or?
It would be a mixture of 1, 2, and 3.
Okay.
Most of them are going to be sold, or will they be rentals?
I believe they're going to be mostly rentals, maybe all rentals. Mm-hmm.
What is and I know that you probably have I think the Edinburgh, I think that's a 1, 2, and 3 up there, isn't it?
That's 4, 5, yeah. You talk about, their number of bedrooms?
There's a number of bedrooms. I think some of them are like 2 and 3 or I don't know. I know this buddy of mine lives up there. Just curious.
Just know they're big. All right. Anything else for Mr. Bissell? Okay, thank you.
That takes care of me. I'm going to turn it over to Matt Laffler.
All right, thank you.
Get you queued up. Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. I didn't go through the final slide here before. Yeah, sorry about that. These are the new zoning conditions, which are the maximum of 252 units, the clubhouse and pool and playground all being constructed with the first phase, and other amenities constructed in proportion to those to the building construction. Then the multifamily buildings, of course, being constructed in substantial conformance to the elevations we've shown you with the building materials we've represented. The earliest date for the CO would be in July of 2026, and then additional phases not more often than 2 years after that. So now I'm through, unless you have a question about that.
Okay. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Matt Laffler. I am a partner at Venture Realty Group, 1081 19th Street, Virginia Beach, Virginia. We are a brokerage and development firm, again, in Virginia Beach. Our history began over 40 years ago doing build-to-suits for Advance Auto Parts, Walgreens, and eventually got into the shopping center business. Some of our notable projects throughout Hampton Roads, Red Mill Commons in southern Virginia Beach, anchored by Walmart, Target, and Home Depot, and also Edinburgh Commons in southern Chesapeake, also anchored by Walmart, Target, and Home Depot. We met Justin and his team about a year ago while trying to bring a retail component to the Flora development. Our first process was to reach out to Food Lion and to see if they'd have any interest in relocating their store to do a bigger footprint, a newer location. It's a high-grossing Food Lion. Unfortunately, they have too much term left on their existing lease, so they stayed put. We were able to gain interest from a national grocery store that is still interested in the Moyock market. They actually drove to Moyock and spent a day here this past summer. They ran sales projections, they visited the Food Lion, they drove the neighborhoods. The two items we got back from them, issues were, number one, they need more density. If they're gonna build a $20 to $30 million store, they gotta have more rooftops. The other issue was that they would not go back into the Flora development site. They had to have a site pushed up along Route 168, which is pretty typical with retail these days, to be main in front on the main streets. Overall, Moyock shows really well for retail, with all the existing residential and more coming. Allowing the Flora site rezoning to multifamily will help with the added density, more rooftops, and hopefully be able to secure a big national grocery store or tenant along Route 168.
While you're on that subject, did they give you an actual figure that they were looking for density? When they just say more, were they talking about 200, 1,000, or did they have a projection what they were looking for before they would come?
No, not exactly. I think all these retailers, and this one specifically, had parameters. I know Moyock is close to meeting what their threshold is.
Yeah, but what it's close, I mean.
Close is close to what you have, plus more.
Okay.
So I think adding something to this development will only gain more interest and attraction for them.
Okay.
Any questions?
Oh, well, okay. I think Mike asked, just, so this is the subject parcel, I guess, that had the star on it?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And I guess you would be working with the applicants to secure someone to bring into this. If this is successful, if we approve this tonight, the intent is to go ahead and finish out the contract on this and take down the land and then try and bring someone in. Is that a fair statement?
That's the thought process, yes.
Okay.
But there's no guarantee.
No.
That they would even come, or any chain would come. I mean, there's no letter of intent could be gotten or anything like that.
We do not have anything with writing with them currently.
And so are we doomed never to get a second grocery store if this fails?
No, I don't think so at all. And that's kind of what I was just hinting at, that I think more density will get this particular retailer back to the market.
I have another question then. What stops a retail chain from just locating their own piece of property and building on it?
This particular group doesn't self-develop, so
they would not. So this group wants to find a developed piece then. Okay.
Correct, exactly.
Okay. Fair enough.
How many acres is the Red Star? It's 20 or something, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's around 22, 23 acres.
Yeah, 23 points.
Okay.
Well, I guess I have another
So,
question.
Okay.
if I understood you correctly, if this parcel is denied tonight, we're still probably going to get a grocery store.
Sorry, repeat your question.
Okay, the way you were asked a question that said something to the effect of, if this doesn't go through, you know, are we doomed to not get a grocery store? And you said we're real close to getting one. And then you said with this development. So I'm trying to determine yes development or no development.
They need more density is really what the pushback was, and secondly, to be up on Route 168. So those were the two feedback items we got from this particular chain.
Okay, so then kind of alluding to the question that Whispering Mike said, you know, and it goes back, and it's a real question. Well, how much density is enough density? And when you say we're really close, you know, is that 1,000? I mean, it goes back. Is it 100 homes? Is it, I mean, when you say really close,
It's a general statement, but I mean, I think you're close in gaining traction to being able to get one of these national grocery chains outside of Food Lion. And adding a development like this and more multifamily and more residential will only continue to get better odds for them to locate here.
so at what point did we realize, and I don't know if this may be Justin's question, but at what point did we realize that we're not going to get a grocery store on the track that's before us this evening?
When you say the track, you're talking about the Flora site, or you're talking about the site
Correct.
that I have up on the
Flora.
screen? The Flora site, when they came to town, they said, we're not going to go tuck back off Route 168. So that was this past summer.
Okay, so, and you say you dealt with multiple different type of chains and you look for,
Correct.
Are there any other grocery chains that self-develop that might be interested in the growth of our area?
Not that I'm aware of.
So other chains would probably want to see more growth to be able to self-develop, or are they all look for developed land is what you're telling me?
All the groups that we work with right now do not self-develop.
Okay.
They have a developer.
Okay.
Most of them end up in some kind of a shopping center, right?
Okay,
They go in
okay.
at least 20,
Space.
50,000 square feet, whatever the number is. And they're associated with other small businesses around them typically.
Sure.
I mean, right, I guess it's a statement, but it's also a question.
Yeah, typically they want to do a store and then have small shops, an out parcel or two, along with them to get more traffic.
So did they go look at the other track with the star while they were here this summer? Did they go like, now, this is a piece we could work with, or are we just like hoping their next trip this winter?
They did look at the site that I currently have shown up on the screen.
Okay.
And then what potential roadblock, I know you're not all seeing, but like, you know, it sounds like they're going down a checklist. This one, visibility check, this one, access check. Do we know what's further down on their checklist, like don't want to be close to a grocery or a golf course, you know, fail? Do you understand my question?
No.
In other words, have we seen the checklist, right? Do we know what other obstacles to them giving us a second option?
Sure, there's lots of markets that these guys are looking at, and I think the better story we can provide in Moyock, the better chance you have to obtain them. And density is a big play and a big reasoning for why they'd locate here. I think this site in particular, like you said, checks a lot of boxes, but more population for them is kind of the driving force.
Yeah.
And they won't come because we tell them to, right? I'm just saying, folks sometimes have the impression that somehow if
we have influence
we
on the
vote to put a grocery store there, that they'll say, all right, you got us. We're
No,
coming.
I'm not
Okay,
seeing that.
Just checking.
You should,
The checklist, they had to have septic sewer system, a good sewer system.
I'm
Wastewater?
gonna lean on Justin on this one as far as utilities.
You're the guy with the checklist, right?
No, he's the developer.
Does the developing chain look for a
Yes.
wastewater facility or septic system? What,
Is-
do they have a preference?
Well, I mean, if we have utilities in place, it makes it a lot cheaper to develop.
Yeah,
if
okay,
that's what you're
yeah.
asking.
So if they haven't maintained a septic system, that may be a deterrent.
That can be problematic,
Okay,
sure.
gotcha. Okay, that was, I think, that's what you were asking. Okay.
All right.
that 23 acre parcel is from where, I mean, I know the other 22 acres is not on the highway.
Right.
The 23 acre parcel is half a mile, quarter of a mile, maybe, half a mile probably. Not even that,
Not
maybe.
even that.
Yeah, a couple hundred feet.
Yeah.
But it's right on 168.
Correct.
168 is Currituck Highway is what's on the upper part of the picture. The lower part of the picture is Survey Road.
Is that the same side?
Okay.
Or are we looking at it from a different direction?
We've,
Isn't it behind LJBC? That is.
What?
Folks, it bridges, the property bridges, it's wide enough that it touches the highway and Survey Road and goes right up to the back of LJ Beaner's.
So you'd have two entrances in there.
So, okay, anything further for Mr. Matt? Okay. Thank you, sir. Appreciate your time coming out this evening.
All right, if I may, Mr. Chair, I'm just going to make a few remarks about the review process that you all are to undertake under the UDO, which is to look at the Imagine Currituck 2040 plan and the designations that are in place, as well as what those comprehensive plan policies suggest. Jenny did a great job in describing the G3 and G2 designation. We've actually updated that on the screen so that you can see when that was approved in 2023, it took it to that G3 designation. The thing I'd like to note about the approval process and how this has gone, especially for the 22-acre parcel, is that in 2021, you determined that the 277 homes was appropriate because you approved the Flora Farm commercial, residential. And in 2023, you determined that a very intense use on that 22-acre parcel was appropriate because you approved 120,000 square feet of commercial there. And then just earlier this year, you determined that the blend of density across the site, if it includes multifamily and single family, was appropriate as long as it's under 3 dwelling units per acre. So you've already determined, this board has already determined that each of those decisions were sound, that they matched the plans that Currituck County felt were reasonable and in the public interest. And all we're asking you to do now is to apply those all together to the same site, to make those same decisions you've already made, determine this was reasonable, and do it in a way that lets us develop this in a cohesive manner. And yes, when you do that, it would update the site from a mix of G3 and G2 to all of G3. But let me remind you what that land use plan is for. It's to guide future development and indicate how development should change. Once you make that decision that you adopt a density that's higher or different or use that's different from what the land use plan designates, the statutes for years have determined that the comprehensive plan updates as a matter of course. There's not been, for years, that's just happened in due course by the statutes. It's not a separate decision. And so all that change from G2 to G3 on the lower portion of the site would do is update it just like it did in 2023 to reflect the sound decisions that this board has continued to make in understanding that this is where development should be occurring in Moyock. It's close to 168. It's available for utilities. It has consistently had an applicant that's willing to go the extra mile and provide needed improvements in a way that's meaningful for the community and saves these residents taxpayer dollars on infrastructure that would ultimately become a county project. And so when you look at that consistency statement and the consistency that Jenny read earlier I want you to keep that in mind. The G2 to the G3 is just a simple reflection of the decision that you're making tonight. It's not a separate one. But you're really guided by the community vision statement, and that is to, quote, new development offers a wide range of housing choices and is compatible with its surroundings by providing connectivity between neighborhoods and amenities such as walkways and water access. The county maintains appropriate development densities and discourages encroachment into areas that impact natural assets, and development occurs in areas adequately served by county infrastructure or concurrently with planned infrastructure improvements. This is developed in an area that's already served by a major highway, has appropriate connections. The roundabout that we're committing to make would only improve those connections and make circulation more feasible, and is consistent with that community vision statement. It's also consistent with the Moyoc Small Area Plan, future land use. And remember, you have the community, the Currituck, Imagine Currituck, the 2040 land use plan, and the Moyoc Small Area Plan. But it's also consistent with that because the front portion, the 90 acres, is designated full service, where there's focal points of community with high activity and mixed use developments. That's where we've placed most of our highest intense uses, just like you approved the 120,000 square feet of commercial uses in that same location. And the back portion is limited service, which is an emphasis on residential development. We've clustered the uses close to where your future land use plan, small area plan, designates those services. And it's consistent with the policies that are stated in the staff report. Those deal with incentivizing development for a variety of workforce housing and mixed incomes. Not only will this provide diversity of type of housing, but it'll provide needed options for young families moving into our area, for teachers, for firefighters, for construction workers, and people that can't otherwise find a single family home or might not want to live in a single family home. They don't have as many apartment options, and this provides something that could be walkable to future amenities, both within the development and surrounding. And for those reasons, it's consistent with the CC Action 16. It's also consistent with the General Northern Mainland Land Use Policy 1.1 that's on your screen, encouraging attractive, vibrant, walkable communities. Mark went through the amenities that are available within the site and walkable and recreation areas, and a wide range of housing choices. And we've also noted that it's consistent with Moyoc Land Use Policy 2.2 and that we've clustered the housing so that we can preserve as many of the natural resources as possible, and that was illustrated in the plan that was on your screen earlier. And for those reasons, the request is consistent with the review standards that the Board of Commissioners may consider. Now, I want to remind not only the board but the public that this is not a special use case. These are factors that the board may take into consideration, but I'll highlight some of those key factors that are important and have been discussed here and in previous cases. It's consistent with the goals and objectives and policies of the land use plan. We've just talked about those and what the community vision was in place and how it's consistent with those. It's required by change conditions. You've just heard from a developer that has experience with commercial development. There was a desire by the applicant to develop this area for a school site. That didn't work. We pivoted to commercial. That didn't work because of the lack of visibility and the lack of proximity to 168 and the need for more density. And so we're providing that density here, that option for density that will free up the Red Star parcel to attract a meaningful grocer. And I understand there's a desire to not have promises. I'm not offering you promises. I'm offering you a developer who's invested millions of dollars in a private enterprise to deliver a needed community service here, and is telling you the pathway to get that community amenity, to get that grocery store. Those aren't promises, but they're significant investment that's taken on by a private individual to respond to community need. It demonstrates, and that way it demonstrates addresses a demonstrated community need. We've heard from the public that a grocery store is desired. It can't go on this particular parcel based on what we've heard, but it could go other places. And I'd like to just note, especially the questions that Commissioner Payment noted about the self-developers. It's very common that grocery anchors and grocery developers do not self-develop. And that's because they want to stay in their business, which is providing grocery stores. We work with Publix across the state. They look to developers like the applicant here to go through the entitlement process for them, to provide them land that is ready for kind of a model that they can plug into.
Okay, well,
Yes,
then based on that, I have a question then for you. I can't remember if the applicant or yourself stated that the purchase of there was a contract in place, a contingency, I guess, of contract to purchases based on the outcome of this decision.
No,
Is that correct? Is there an actual contract that we can look at? Do you have a copy of that we can look at that?
I don't have it on me, but I'd be glad to send it to you.
That shows that it shows that
The 22 acres.
if depending on the outcome of this, the sale would go through.
Say that again?
You want to, okay, there's a contract to purchase that star piece of property.
Correct.
And it's contingent on the outcome of this
No,
decision.
it's not contingent, but it's not financially savvy for us to own 44 acres
Oh,
of commercial
oh.
property. It's not contingent.
Okay,
We will
so
come
you-
out of our contract if we.
Okay.
that, But it's not contingent.
Okay,
But
so,
we're still
okay,
gonna be
so this decision doesn't weigh the outcome of the purchase.
Directly, it will affect it, yes, but it's not a contingency in the contract.
Okay.
I'd like to,
Make
I'd like
sense?
to state that another way. Normally,
Okay.
you hear zoning cases where the sellers will not sell until the approval is approved, and then the sale can go through. In this situation, the applicant owns the 22-acre parcel that was under the request today. So he owns that, can develop that. If this is denied tonight, it doesn't mean a grocery store is even more likely to come. It means it'll likely sit vacant because it can't be developed for the commercial property purposes that we intended. But what it means is that if this is able to go through, the investment is able to be completed on the multifamily and free up those investment dollars to be placed elsewhere and pursue the commercial on the Red Star site.
That explains
Is that
it better
correct?
than.
That
Okay, that explains it better than, okay.
So,
Way better than I did.
Okay, well then,
so who will own the 22 acre, the one before us tonight? Who's going to be the owner of that?
The
if
applicant
approved?
owns it today.
Own it.
it was a net.
Is it the intent to keep it under ownership or the intent to sell it as a?
Keep it under ownership and develop it.
And rent the
And rent the apartments, correct.
So he's gonna be the landlord or,
A management
Management
entity would
company.
be the landlord.
but he's gonna own.
And so if I could get back to those facts, no,
I
did I
appreciate the
answer your questions?
clarification, yes.
Well,
Sure.
while you're at a pause,
Okay.
would you back up about 3 or 4 slides? I think you had the G3. There you go. So this kind of spot zoning jumped in my head when you started talking about this.
It did
We have
mine
this.
too.
If we approve this as a G3 and you have this one finger of G3 sticking out and surrounded by G2 and 1, what precludes that from becoming a spot zoning situation?
Yeah, it's a good question. So the designation that we're seeking is actually the MXR. It's not, the G3 is just a future land use plan designation. So think of that as the designation itself is not spot zoning. But in order for it to be spot zoning, there's several different factors, and it typically has to be a very kind of large parcel or very strong anomaly that's not adjacent to other things, that doesn't have the same sort of character. Think of kind of like a large industrial area and you put, a 10-acre parcel for residential in the center. The fact that this is adjacent to the G3, the fact that the density is consistent with your small area plan and the full service designation versus the limited service designation, and that it transitions both away from one of the larger roads that you have in the county, 168, down to G2 and then down to G1 would all defeat a spot zoning claim.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
This originally was G2. The reason it's G3, correct me if I'm wrong, is because this board was told there was going to be a grocery. So we rezoned it to G3, right? Thinking that if we rezone it to G3, that the anchor store would come. So before that, it was G2, am I correct?
It was G2 and it was changed automatically upon your approval of the 120,000 square
Which
feet.
was the idea of, so when this whole thing gets zoned G3, if the whole thing then is rezoned to G3, what prevents the developer from coming back to the next board and instead of some of the houses at the front saying, now we're going to build more garden-style apartments? Am I right? That could happen.
Well, that would be up to a future board to decide, but we're not rezoning it to G3. Remember, that's just a designation on the comprehensive plan for future
Right.
growth, and it would be up to a board to approve or deny that request at the time that it came before it. But that's not the intent of this developer. They've already begun construction on the first phases of Florida and intend to complete that.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions before I flip back?
No, I'll save mine to the end. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I'm happy to answer them now.
Well, you go ahead. This is probably better when you're done. Go
All
ahead.
right. So going through the other factors, and again, these are things that may just be taken into consideration. We're dealing with adverse impacts, a development pattern. We've just talked about how that development pattern is natural down from 168 toward the other areas. A development that's adequately served by public facilities. We deal with this a lot. I've been before you many times talking about special use permits. The result of all of those years of work and what we have done together, I would venture to say, is that the Board of Education has now pursued additional land. It's going to deliver the Tolls Creek. You all funded that, and that's going to be coming online in 2025 before our first phase would be permitted to go forward. So like we've done in the past, we're offering you a phasing plan that says the first phase would not be go to CO until 2026. Your school will be open in 2025. The Board of Education must go through a rezoning and redistricting in order to fill Tolls Creek. So that will necessarily occur before our first students would be able to be members of your student body. And in your staff report, it notes that both Shawboro and Moyock Elementary are slightly under capacity or kind of close to capacity. But again, that will be redistricted in some sort of way by your Board of Education prior to students arriving on site. In terms of other public facilities, Mark has gone over the stormwater, has gone over the traffic. I think it's significant in that not only we're providing a superior traffic circle and circulation, but that we're reducing the number of trips. So the number of trips, of average daily trips, is reduced by over 4,000 than what a grocery store would otherwise have, which is significant in showing that there's adequate public facilities here. And then again, but not conflict with the public interest and is harmony with the intent of the ordinance. You've already made a decision that the original 277 homes would be in the public interest and consistent with your plan. You've already made a decision that the 120,000 square foot intense use on the front portion of the site was reasonable and in the public interest. And you've already made a decision that the blending of the density is permitted by passing that text ordinance. All of those were sound decisions of the board. And again, we're asking you just to combine those decisions together to allow us to deliver the amount of density that we believe will position us well to pivot from this site again, put this 22 acres to its final use, and then be able to bring a commercial developer to the other site. It's not a promise because we can't do that. All we can do is invest millions of dollars, both in this development, show you what we mean by making meaningful improvements that this applicant has done for the past 6 years, and try to bring you a development that it believes will be viable and really meet the needs of the community. I understand the community wants a grocery store. It cannot get a grocery store by the board denying this case. Denying this case will not bring a grocery store to the site. It just won't. So there'll be another use for this site if this case is denied, but it won't be a grocery store, and it won't be a grocery store pursued by the experts that have been before you tonight. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, so just wanted to, now I'm going to,
Folks, could you quiet down,
I
please?
can't hear myself even ask the question. Thank you. So just, if I'm wrong in a statement, just correct me. So to sum it up, a couple statements. We've heard from the public for many, many years that, we need a new grocery store. We need a new grocery store. And I think this board believes a grocery store would be great in Moyock. This board, in the past few years, I know we've heard from trying to figure out what we need for hotels and what we need for grocery stores. And we've always heard grocery stores need foot traffic when they got to compete with the Dollar Generals, the Dollar Trees, and we have no control, of telling somebody to come in. We just heard from an expert that says they want rooftops. Is that correct? They need more density of rooftops in there. I believe that's what I've heard. Yeah. Before any chain would even look at this area. We're not quite there yet, but we're close. Is that correct? Correct. Okay. We also heard that we need some place for teachers and firefighters and law enforcement someplace. Do we have a price, a range that these apartments might rent for? The applicant is there, are we talking 400 ballpark, 400, 500, 600,000? Is there any idea where the range might be for something like this? Is it going to be affordable for someplace to stay?
It's not going to be subsidized, affordable, and restricted in that manner, but I think because of the ability to provide more units and to be able to provide something that's close to market at the time these are delivered, which will be, because we're restricting it because of the facilities, won't be for almost 2 years. It'd be hard to say exactly what
I
that price
understood,
would be.
because the market's going to change, but it'll keep from having to put a down payment. The place to start is what someplace can get started.
Yeah.
And again, there's no guarantee, because there's no guarantee, but I guess there's a starting point to get a grocery store in here. I guess we need more rooftops is what I've heard.
Yes, I think that is exactly what you heard, and I believe, based on my experience throughout the state, that's true. What you've seen is the only available grocery store you have is the Food Lion, and that was built, I think, close to 2 decades ago. And it's taken a long time to build this housing stock that you need to attract, but now you have the momentum to get that attraction.
And they all want to work with developers. They want the land developed ahead of time before they come in.
Yes.
Okay.
Build the suit.
Well, I mean, that's all the questions I have tonight.
So throughout the county, we've struggled with apartment buildings and apartment complexes, and, they start looking run down, and they start, Kevin has to go out there on multiple occasions and doing Kevin stuff.
Hopefully not anymore.
Please, I'm talking about cutting grass. So how do we ensure that something that's really one of the first things that you're going to see upon entering Currituck, right? How are we going to ensure that that remains something that is, pleasant to look at, or whatever, that it remains a viable piece of property?
Yeah, it's a great question, and I think the difference here is the commitment to the architectural conditions and the elevations here. It's a nice quality and something that is going to have kind of a nicer look because it's required to as it goes through the process. I mean, you can't regulate the behavior of the. Sorry.
No, but the philosophy on maintenance and on upkeep, and that's every place looks good when it's got a fresh coat of paint on the front, but how do we have reasonable, expectations that, it's going to remain
I don't want to.
pristine?
Can I speak to that?
Well, yeah.
Please come forward.
So Matt and I are partners. I don't know if you've seen the apartments. I'm John Bouchard, by the way, Virginia Beach. We're developing 280 apartments currently in Edinburgh, right next to Red Knot. I don't know, you can see them if you're heading into Virginia. So we would hope to partner with Justin, and if we're involved, I can assure you we run and manage our apartments to the highest level possible. Again, can't guarantee that, but if we're involved, I just wanted to point out that we do have several Class A apartment complexes that we're currently that we own and operate, with the newest one just beginning to lease right up in Edinburgh, right across the line.
Okay.
I also just wanted to follow up with, because there's shared stormwater facilities between the single family and the multifamily and maintenance and things like that, there will be restrictive covenants that are recorded as a matter of course for the single family and for maintenance of the multifamily, and that's how it would be enforceable kind of going forward.
Okay.
I do have another question. I'm just going to ask it because, and maybe this goes to the applicant, because when this was first approved, did the applicant, was the applicant not aware at the time that the subject food chain wanted better road front? Or what was, yeah, because why wasn't this known on the first
So
phase?
the parcel we're talking about tonight was zoned agricultural. You cannot even get somebody from a major retailer, commercial, anything to look at you until the correct zoning is in place. They don't go around and waste their time looking at agricultural land, going, hey, we'll get it zoned, trust me. That's just not how it works. So we had to spend over $100,000 between engineering and approvals to get it into a state to be told no. I mean, that's the long
So
and
your
short of it.
assumption was if that piece of property was developed, then you'd be able to get somebody to look at it.
Well, if it was zoned, not developed. If it was in
But
the
it was
correct
zoned,
zoning, yeah.
the first round of this, it was zoned. Your assumption was once it got rezoned, then you'd be able to get somebody to look at it, and then you brought somebody in and they said,
No, they looked at it, and then we told them we'd get the zoning and come back. And when we came back, they ran it up the corporate ladder, and the boxes weren't getting checked because of the visibility. And
okay, so
how it was.
initially they were yes.
Yes.
But then as it went up the corporate
Exactly.
ladder, the higher corporate folks said, no, we want to be here instead of here.
Exactly. Yeah, they want as much visibility as
Okay,
possible. I can
all right.
speak to the apartment thing too. It doesn't make financial sense for us to, when Flora and Foss is built out, it'd be a $500+ million project. Why would it be financially savvy for us to put a rundown apartment building in front of it? I mean, it just doesn't make sense. That's not how private enterprise works. You don't have a $500 million investment and then put, low income housing in front of it. It's going to be a nice apartment. You've seen renderings. I think we've proven ourselves on many occasions. So we've proffered up phase one because there's been some outcry about the amenities. In phase one, we're putting over $3 million in amenities. I mean, it just doesn't lend itself to that sort of development. Behind it, in front of it, in it, it's not even plausible. I mean, it just isn't. So, I mean, I know there's a stereotype with apartments, but, you can run through Edinburgh, you can run out in Virginia Beach, you can run through Chesapeake. There's plenty of apartments that are first class. And that's what we plan on doing here if we're approved. It's that simple.
So what kind of market analysis, if any, has been done to say, hey, there's a need for this quantity?
There's some preliminary ones we've done, and
And I know it's not a guarantee.
It's not, and to be perfectly honest, the numbers aren't that great. I mean, unfortunately, I'm labeled a bad guy because of my career choice, but the numbers aren't that great for apartments, but we're going to make it work. And that's just what we do as developers. I mean, we take paths that nobody wants to take, and we bring things here that people want. I mean, but we take a lot of risk in doing that. And we're going to continue to do that, whether it be with the apartments or some other use for this parcel.
Yeah, something else, Paul?
You got that look.
Yeah, but I'm just asking myself the question.
I can tell what's going on.
But I'm answering my question, so I'm trying to. Okay, so if this gets denied, what are you going to do with the track?
We'll figure it out. We'll probably put it up for sale and terminate our contract on the other one. Like I said, I mean, this is something that, again, it is borderline. And once we get past the zoning is when a lot of you're not going to spend $500,000 on studies on a piece of land that's zoned commercial. It's just not, it's not good business. For one, we wouldn't be in business that long if that's the methods we took. So if this is approved tonight, then we dive into studies that cost $60,000, $80,000, $100,000 a pop to figure out what bedroom count do we need? What is our market? What are those rates? In 2026, what are they going to be? In 2028, what are they going to be? 2030, they're going to be. I mean, these aren't things that are going to pop up tomorrow as you've seen the phasing schedule. I mean, this is years and years of work. And again, we spend enough money during this stage to not waste it on studies that would be irrelevant tonight if I go home and this isn't approved. It's bad business.
And how much effort, energy? I know we were hoping for a grocery store on this track.
So was I. I live here.
Right. Is it viable for anything else commercially? I mean, what other?
You're not going to get the tenants that we had desired because of the visibility. It's going to be, it might stay vacant for 10 years. I don't know. It might just
You mean
be
the star lot?
No,
I mean, it might.
This one.
No, this lot.
Oh, this lot,
We own
okay.
this. So we own this parcel. So it could just be bush hog for the next 10 years. I don't know.
Be a nice school.
I mean, but I can, I mean,
Your timing on that was not good. It was close.
What about, let me ask you this, what is the red star? Is that zone agriculture or commercial?
Commercial, general business.
So it's already currently
It's already
zoned?
zoned general business.
Okay, I wasn't sure if it was ag or not.
Back in February, when we rezoned this from MXR,
From MXR?
it was MXR.
No, you're wrong. It was general. It was agricultural.
It says zoning history to 2021 on page 64. The zoning history, it was part of the.
This 22-acre parcel was never a part of Flora. We took it out. The history was given earlier about the school, and that was the accurate.
Yeah, it's conditional MXR in 2021 and conditional general business in 2023. Prior to that, it was ag.
Yeah.
It
was ag.
It was MXR.
No. You talking about the commercial piece?
Yeah.
No,
No.
it was never MXR.
Yeah. There was an MXR component to Flora Farms. That's right.
Correct. That's the one on
That's
the highway.
the
we
little
actually have a
little
current
triangle
contract on that
piece out by the
commercial
road.
piece.
Right. Right. You got a confluence of events happening
Dude, it's
between
definitely
Flora Farm
confusing.
and then
When I'm on
Flora
page 64,
commercial.
It tells me the zoning history of what we're deciding.
It also said 480 dwelling units per acre on the slide, so I'm not that, I don't, there's certainly some,
21 didn't include the 22 acre parcel.
it did not.
Is that the, how much was the parcel where John Flora had the house? How many
That
acres
was where the
that?
pond is
Doing
now,
a
the
school
front
at the
pond,
time
in the
on that, it
commercial.
was not.
Okay.
So you see the front pond behind
It's further
that was where his house was
further
actually
south.
located, right in that pond.
Okay.
Question and comment, when we rezoned it from whatever to the general business, we rezoned it, and I voted to rezone it. The only person who voted against it was Commissioner Jarvis. When we voted to rezone it, it was because we were told it was in a good location and there was questions about the traffic, and were told that you didn't want to go onto the main highway, that this was more feasible for them to go on Survey Road, and a grocery store was coming.
First of all, we never said a grocery store was coming. Second, and that's the information we were given at the time, but as things have changed and shifted and it moved up the corporate ladder, you can't force a private enterprise anywhere. And that's just how life works, unfortunately. But no, we had every intent. You think I want to waste that much money for no reason? No, we had every intent on bringing a major retailer to this location until we got pushback. And again, you can't go to a corporation and force them to do anything. All you can do is follow them and jump the hurdles as they throw them at you.
Well, that's true.
I mean, it's.
So having 252 units isn't financially better off than a grocery store for you?
I don't necessarily understand the question. Financially better off for me?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't necessarily know if that's really even a question to ask. I mean, because for one, it's you're comparing apples and oranges. It's two different business models. I mean, that question, like I said, it's apples and oranges. I mean, one's more of a lease program and buyback. One's a rental. I mean, one could be for sale. Yeah, commercial is just not. I mean, it's a loaded question that you really don't have a good answer for. So, you just ask me which one I would make more money at if you want.
I think that's what she was getting to.
I think it is too, and it's irrelevant to the zoning case.
I have no more questions, Mr. Chairman.
All right.
I'm good.
I don't have anything for you, Justin. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I guess we're done. Jamie, did you have any final parting thoughts or anything? I don't know.
I did not.
Okay.
But
All
I'm
right.
happy to answer any questions.
All right. Thank you. So there's no further questions for the applicant. So we'll move into public comment. Mr. Steve Hedrick is the first person signed up this evening. Before we jump into that, does anybody need a break?
Let's go.
Yes.
Yes, Steve, I'm going to put you on pause for just a
They
minute.
want a
My
quick
apologies.
break. I'm
They said they want a
sorry.
break, so we'll take a few minutes.
Sorry.
My bladder.
You're first in line.
You gonna make that motion?
All right, everyone, if you quiet down, please. I'm going to call the meeting back into order, and we'll drag Mr. Steve Hedrick back up here again, and I promise not to interrupt your walk this time.
Steve, you're up.
Stephen Hedrick, 296 Summit Farms Trail. A lot of things been said, and I want to look at something a little bit different. We talked about the Red Star parcel, right? Yes, Mr. Commissioner, it is under contract. I have copies of multiple list service. It is under contract, and it is currently owned by the Dora K. Flora Trust. Property is not owned by the applicant. Property is under contract by the applicant. Big difference in the two. I'm a professional real estate agent. Buy and sell property a lot. I've had deals fall through. Buyers get cold feet. Sellers decide they don't want to sell. Contract gets canceled. Sorry, goodbye. Have a nice day. So I really feel the applicant actually owned the property, and then want to come for the rezone, that to me would be very feasible because at least there's still some commercial aspect in it. So if you do vote to rezone tonight and allow him to go ahead and build the condo apartment-y thingies here, and something should happen in the future where they can't complete the commercial because no one, for whatever reason, here we are again with no commercial. So I think if you did vote to rezone, perhaps a condition would be applicant would need to own the land before we would rezone, just for the citizenship who have been clamoring and crying for, grocery store for a couple of years, just looking at what's happening out in social media. So, thank you.
Okay. Megan, is that even legal for us to do? What Mr. Hedrick was suggesting that we.
Have our approval to
Nah.
rezone under the condition that the.
No.
Yeah.
No, that's a completely separate issue. Completely separate property. No.
Okay. I didn't think so.
Okay.
But it is a nice thought.
Yeah, but yeah, we got to stay down the legal track here.
All right. Phil Kratzer. Is Phil in the room still? Okay, thank you. Matt Loeffler?
Matt was with us.
Okay, he's yours, that's right. You're on here, Jamie. I'm assuming you are not speaking at public
Talk
comment.
again?
Wendy Shannon, I see you on, are you still here? Yes, sir. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm the last one to speak?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I guess I better do a good job.
Actually, it is right.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Some of you have seen me up here before. I'm going to shift gears just a moment because I was very interested.
Wendy, can you do the whole address thing for us?
Oh, my apologies.
It's been a minute, I know that.
Wendy Shannon, 204 Puddin Ridge Road, Moyock.
Thank you.
I've been here almost 30 years, so I'm not an original resident, but been here long enough to have seen a lot of things. I was very interested to hear the gentleman speak about the fire safety issues. I know it got a little sideways, but the points he made were, I think, perhaps overlooked is not so much the volunteer issue and the equipment in general, but the impact that something like this will have on that. And given what was said, one of the commissioners said something about its long lead time, 2-3 years to get equipment. What would be done in the meantime for something that has this kind of a density if the lead time is 2-3 years to get a truck? The fire safety, when you have the density, is much more difficult. A lot more people's lives are at risk and so forth. I know that we all want a grocery store. I'd love to have another grocery store, but I don't know that having that be the primary driver of making this kind of decision, which once again would change the rules in the ordinances and the zonings and the Vision 2040 plan and the Moyock Small Area Plan, which was initially started out, and I was involved in that, I can tell you it's not what we were talking about when we said small, quaint, et cetera, et cetera. That's not what actually happened, I can tell you that. But nevertheless, that's what's happened. So as looking through the documents, I didn't even get through all of them, but there's a whole lot of ifs and we hopes, and if the plan works, and if I can get this, and if I can get that, and I've got this under contract, and nobody can guarantee anything, and I realize that. But the decisions that you make to make changes are much more difficult to unravel when you've got a law put in place, essentially. You've got a law, then you've changed the law. Then you change it again, and then you change it again. For whatever reasons, for whatever plan, do I think we need some higher density? Yes. I mean, I have a young son who would love to be able to get an apartment he can afford, but that's not happening. But that, again, shouldn't be the driver to make sensible decisions, especially when you make a decision and you approve something laid out this way, then you're asked to change it to lay it out this way, and then you're asked to change it to lay it out this way. When you look at the 5 steps at the end end product looks nothing like the beginning product that we were all assured as residents, this is going to be great, this is going to be wonderful. There's so much data in here, but I think making decisions based on an individual person's plan as a developer or anything like that is probably maybe not what I would suggest we do, but I'm not in your seats and I'm not making your decisions. I'm just telling you what I think. I know a lot of folks out here would like a grocery store, so with lots of people watching and listening, I'm not sure I'd rather have this happen in favor. I can still drive 12 miles to the next closest grocery store or the next one 3 miles away and so forth and so on. But the county needs commercial stuff, I get that. But the way you eat away at something and make it so different that it's unrecognizable, it's just like eating an elephant, one bite at a time. Before you're done, you've eaten an entire elephant. You didn't realize you were doing it, but you did. So I would just ask that you very carefully consider making this decision. Is it the right time to do it? Should there be waiting to see what else happens? Because if the density continues to grow on all these other things that are approved that are not yet built out, you might get there anyway. I think it was Commissioner Beaumont that said, well, if we don't approve this, you're going to get a grocery store anyway. Might take a little bit longer, but then you don't have to make decisions almost under the gun, so to speak. So again, I would just ask you to think about what you're going to do and try and think 3 steps ahead, because that's where we're going to be at the end. And we won't have anything left of the MOYOC we had before.
Ms. Shannon,
Yes, sir.
you raised a couple of interesting questions. Are these units sprinkled? They are? Okay, so they are. The
Is
good
that-
news.
I'm sorry, is that required in ordinance, or is that just
That's
because he
probably
says he wants
building
to?
code.
I
It's
don't know.
building
I'm
code.
just
Building
asking.
code. No, I know. But you brought up a very good very good question, right? Or issue, potential issue. One that I'm comforted to see. Because single-family homes, it doesn't matter how many bedrooms there are, 26, 28, they're not required to be sprinkled, right, in Corova. So finding out that these are sprinkled, that's the number one line of defense with any structure with trying to prevent fire. So that's a good thing. And then the second thing, I just wanted to clarify, when I was talking about lead time on fire apparatus, it's taken us to now, so we actually are ordering apparatus. Our plan was to order 1 a year, and we're now ordering them technically before we can afford them, because by the time the money has been collected, we can purchase that fire engine. So we literally have.
We've already ordered them.
Yeah, they're already ordered.
Yes, gross.
So I was just stating, ambulances were ridiculous, and anyway, we're now on top of that. But yeah, that's why some of our apparatus.
We've actually gotten a couple new ones in recently in the public safety building. The other thing too, if Mr. Chairman, if I may, as far as the fire safety, like if a fire happens, even the perfect storm, we had 2 homes catch on fire one time about a year ago, and the mutual aid response, not just from Chesapeake, the base
on
base
Ballahat, yes,
always beats. I don't care if the 2, and this is not a gig at volunteer firemen, so please, if anybody's watching this, because I'm a cop,
Okay.
but this is not a gig at them. If they're sitting in the truck in MOYOC and a structure fire, which I pray to God it doesn't, happens on Backwoods Road or South Mills Road, Northwest is going to beat them there. And I've been 23 years working this road as a deputy to my current position. They are all, so it's the mutual aid. He made some valid points on some stuff, but there's a lot more. I work it every day.
Oh, I work on Ballahat, on the base.
Yeah, like I said, yeah. So I knew you did. So that's why, like those guys, and it's, and we have, and if somebody wasn't at the station, I know 2 guys that were off today that literally one lives literally 100 yards from your house, and another one lives 100 yards from the fire station, that neither one of them were at work today, that would respond at that, just because they weren't, so they're manned.
And that's true, and I know that we're a volunteer completely, as far as that goes. The gentleman that spoke about Virginia Beach, their rescue is volunteer, has been for years.
We actually support them.
We support them on Gibbs
all of
Woods.
you.
So
But it's a
we're
valid point to
their
consider.
ambulance.
We're their ambulance on Gibbs Woods.
So this, I don't know how many other units there are like this in Currituck, but this would be MOYOC's first high-density multifamily.
that's pretty
period.
much it.
So it's groundbreaking.
Yes.
By
It is.
far. So again, you're going to consider, you're going to make your decisions, but I would just ask that you don't let it be this one focused thing to make that kind of a change, because again, it is a slippery slope. So anyway, thank you very much for your time.
Appreciate your comments. Okay. Wendy's the last one I had signed up, and I'm going to close public comment. Normally I open the floor, but the hour is getting late, and the board is not probably going to make a decision tonight on this.
Will public comment be held at the next meeting?
No, it is closed. It is now closed.
So you're not gonna hold it?
It's closed,
So you push it off?
so it's closed. So,
You realize you're opening yourself to a lawsuit, because in the past you've allowed and called people.
John, I'm not even going to get into an argument with you here. So, I don't think the board is going to take any action tonight in talking with the commissioners. This is a lot to unpack. There's a lot going on in this. There are multiple facets to it, and people have brought up good things this evening. We can have communication. This is not quasi-judicial, so you can reach out to your commissioners. I want to talk to our staff about some stuff. I have a lot of questions. We're not done with this by any means. So, with that being said, we are done with the public portion of this, and now we are to a debate portion of this and/or a motion. In this case, I think a motion to move this, to continue this until our next meeting.
November 4th?
That's a 2 times, but November 4th. And take action on it one way or the other, either up or down vote. No.
She came before.
So the public is not allowed to express their opinions.
The public was provided an opportunity to sign up for this. And
Sorry,
speak.
many of us are new and did not know that we had to sign up to
But
be
you
able
did-
to speak.
It's out there, I'm sorry.
I mean, can they speak at the beginning of the
No, we're
meeting?
done. I've closed the public
Oh, yeah.
comment.
He's talking about the
The
public.
public
Oh, I'm
comment at
sorry,
the beginning.
yes.
No, no, you can
I'm
comment
sorry,
at the
yes.
public.
At the next meeting, public comment you can speak to in the
The-
beginning like you
The
did.
beginning like you did tonight.
You can speak at the beginning of the meeting, just like you did this evening. Every meeting, we have a public comment where anyone is welcome to speak.
On any
Just about
subject,
anything.
any topic.
On any
you have 3
subject, any
minutes to talk,
topic,
whatever you want to
except
talk
when
about.
quasi-judicial is involved. Okay. No, my motion, I'm gonna put forth a motion to move this for action at our next meeting. We've done it many times before, not voted on it.
Just to clarify, Mr. Chair, is the motion to continue to a date certain?
Yes, I'm going to put forth a motion to move this to our first meeting in November, which is November 4th. So that we have time to consider everything that's been put before us tonight, to look over the plans that were put before us tonight. You can email the Board of Commissioners on this. This is not a quasi-judicial. We can have outside communication.
Just to clarify then to the public, this is not a quasi-judicial, so if this does get postponed, you can contact any commissioners, phone calls, emails, however you
Put
want
in
to.
an email to us.
To have your thoughts, discussions, concerns, comments, as much as you want. So we can listen and we can talk back and forth, communicate, because it's not quasi-judicial.
And they can still talk.
They can still, and then at the next meeting, there's a public comment session that gives 3 minutes. You can talk on any subject you want, even this one if you so choose. We're just delaying our decision to the 4th to give the public more time that may be listening online or wherever and want to communicate and give us some information.
The decision will be made the night before the election of the new members?
Yes.
Interesting.
Is that the 4th?
Yes.
Is that?
That's the
Oh,
night,
my
the night before the election. It just happens to be the
Oh,
night
well.
before the election. I didn't think.
I guess I'm not voting until then.
And
Well, yeah,
New members
either way,
the new members wouldn't have had a chance
either
to
way,
hear all this.
you're, this board is going to make the final decision one way or the other.
Because we're the ones.
Ask that y'all can reconsider that, just because we just talked about how y'all don't have a you don't have a Board of Commission and Board of Education meetings because it's close to the election. You're about to make a huge decision for our community.
I gotta stop you. You can't.
Just like you to
those
consider
are-
that.
So you brought that up in public comment, and those are things that we can consider,
Thank you. Thank you very much.
right? Those
Thank you.
things you can consider. I heard what you said when you opened up the meeting, or when you spoke at public comment, so.
Thank you.
We all did. And you can articulate your thoughts in an email to us or call us. We've got 2 weeks on this. But there's a lot going on that needs a lot more thought. So my motion is to continue this until the first meeting in November, which is the 4th.
I'll second that because then we'll have the MOAC representative, Commissioner Owen will be here too to provide feedback. So I'll second
We'll
it.
have a full board.
Yeah.
Is there any discussion, any further discussion on this?
I'm prepared to make the motion to,
The only way that, and I just want to make a comment, the only way that Commissioner Etheridge would be able to participate is if he watched
The video.
the entire video and
Right.
yeah.
So you're saying that the MOAC commissioner can't even vote on this
No, he
subject?
can. He has to watch the video. I've had to do that. I've not been to a meeting and had to
He's
watch
gotta
it
get
so that I was up
informed
to
of
speed.
Okay.
Right, yep. Okay, all right. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Yay.
2 noes. All right, thank you.
So we'll make our decision at the next meeting with the
Yes.
same body that heard the presentation.
Or Owen
Or
can watch
Owen
it,
can-
which
okay.
I'm
Owen
sure
can
he
watch
will.
it.
So it's going to be the same ones making a decision anyways. Now we'll have the full board then, okay.
Now we'll stand in recess for 5 minutes. All right, call the meeting back into order. Next agenda item is new business, consent agenda. Any comments, questions, or concerns on the consent agenda?
Move for approval. Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, next up, closed session. I'm going to move to go into closed session pursuant to NCGS 143-318.11A6
Good night.
to discuss personnel matters.
Just need to
Have
make
a
sure
second,
that's put it out
please.
there, right?
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.